had good success down this right side so far. Grondidier goes to ground and now through the hands. The right, have one on the left too, Nelson Epe.
I really liked how the French, they hit onto the ball very hard there in midfield, and that just attracts the attention of the Irish defender. And then as the ball's in the air, that was Ryan Ravage, he just hit onto the ball there, and that meant the Irish defenders started to just look at him. And once that ball's in the air, Epe is able to slide onto it, and he's in space on the catch. So really effective there from the French. You've got to hit onto the ball because you have the defense starting to look at you rather than just being able to sit back, watch, and wait for Epe to get the ball in his hands.
They timed the run to perfection too, so Nelson Epe has a double. Ireland with some problems. Hadn't really had enough hands on ball themselves yet. So the conversion goes away. 10 points to 0. See, hobbling ever so slightly there. Still out on the field though. As Ireland bring that restart down. Jack Kelly.
Release.
Yeah, McNulty. There's Lennox, a new man, onto the field. Spun across hard by McDonald to Kennedy. 28 tries this season in a running battle with Corey Sewell from Australia at the moment, the two of them. Just ahead is Kennedy with that one this morning. Stepping and weaving is Dardis. Lennox again wide once more. Good hands down low from Kennedy, who now puts the foot down. He's got Conroy with him. Couldn't quite get it away. Great sliding cover defence coming across by the French, but Ireland keep moving forward, recycling nicely. Dardis in the middle. And now McDonald drives the legs, pumping hard, bringing in French defenders with him. McNulty clears away once more for Lennox. It's been a good injection from him. Now here's Kennedy, tackle made around the waist, but Conroy on the ball, back inside. He's only been on the field for 30-odd seconds, and he gets another ball dotted down, as he does at will, Jordan Conroy.
Jordan Conroy, a try-scoring machine, and it's a partnership with Terry Kennedy. They're so effective together. Kennedy slides through the hole, draws defenders, and Conroy knows exactly what he needs to do and exactly who he needs to feed off, and able to catch the ball and has that nose for the try line. He knows where it is at all times and knows what he needs to do to get there.
Yeah, such a good understanding, isn't it? The core of this Ireland squad has really stayed together now for a good few years. As I said earlier, they know their game well. And the conversion good too. So getting right back into it on the stroke of half time as Ireland. Time for the restart still. Jordan Conroy. Got the great footwork. And on the D floor as well. Restart is a good one, and it's backwards. It's landed well for Ireland. And McDonald. Good drive again from Kelly. They're getting good purchase up the middle. Some of their big guys, Ireland, at the moment, and that allows them to spread wide for their flyers.
Release! Release!
France defence called out of play. Again, the support play is good. Lennox again for McNulty across the face this time for Kelly. Just breaks down, but the bounce is kind. Oh, pops a lovely little ball around the corner for Terry Kennedy. He had no right to get it away. Kennedy stayed on the shoulder, and another one into the books for Terry Kennedy, and Ireland go in front.
I thought the Irish had wasted the chance there. Simple hands would have done, but with two French defenders hanging off him, able to get the offload. I mean, that's such a big skill when you've got guys hanging off you. Being able to get your arms free and stay in control of that arm and find your supporting attacker is so important.
No conversion this time, but what a score. He's got plenty, racking them up at will this season. And he's put Ireland in front. They go to the break, 12 points to 10 ahead of France. I guess for Ireland, I'll be able to have a listen in here, but perhaps the starts. We had a couple of slow starts. French, apologies for the language. Quite vociferous chat in the French huddle as well. Pauline Riva having words with his team.
It can be so difficult in those halftime huddles. You might have just come in, your heartbeat is going at 1,000,000 miles an hour. You're trying to get that under control. You've got someone talking to you. You're trying to interpret that. You might have something to say yourself, and so it makes it really difficult to get those complex messages out. But you see certain teams are able to do that more effectively than others, transmit those messages that some people are seeing, get on the same page, and really change in the second half. And teams that are able to do that more effectively, it makes such a big difference. And I think we see that some teams have a bigger performance in the second half because of that.
Come on.
Restart is about the perfection of 11 metres, and quickest to the loose ball again is Ireland. And then lands to the hands of France, and spinning and weaving away. Grandidier, the footwork, the magic. And Ireland initially, I thought from that restart, had the ball in hand. France, though, make the pay through Aaron Grandidier straight after the halftime hooter. That is just the words that would have been said in that huddle.
Yeah, I can't think they'd have scripted anything quite that effective, but really well done from France. And they started off the first half very well. They've started off the second half very well. And for the Irish, they didn't really get into that first half until the last 45 seconds or so. So it's not the way they would have wanted to finish. Now it's this kickoff. The French, both of their kickoffs in that first half, they immediately gave possession to Ireland either through a knock-on or an out on the full. So really important that this kickoff is effective, is in a good position, and they're able to get into the game.
France go back in front through Aaron Grandidier. That one is not quite going to 10 metres. I feel like we're saying the same thing over and over with every restart, Madison. Ireland go quickly, though, this time, trying to catch them on the hop. It's Kennedy out wide, just has to cut back in field, looking for some support as he was surrounded by blue jerseys. It's slow ball this time for Conroy. And now they're able to spin, come back to this left again. Here's Conroy, who's just going to try and accelerate through the gap. This time the connection with Kennedy isn't there. Intercepted by Grandidier. And now Iragua goes to ground. Here's trouble for Ireland. Scooting down the short side. There's not a green jersey in sight. They're going to try and at least keep him away. And now, there's a little bit more acceleration from Nelson Epe. It's a gallant chase, but it is one that is an absolute vein. It just opened up for the flyer again. You cannot keep him quiet. Nelson Epe, hat-trick for the match.
Epe just spotting the little gapper on the breakdown. This was the Irish possession earlier. So he turns it over, the loose pass, and then the French around the breakdown. Just look at a little bit of confusion, getting in each other's way. And Epe, with distance in front of him, there are a few players on the series who are going to be able to chase him down from behind. And he uses just enough pace, but no more than he needs to get there.
Well, it was a valiant effort from Andrew Smith, but I feel like Nelson Epe was possibly taunting him a bit. It's like, I know you're not going to catch me. He had the smile on his face from 60-odd metres out as it opened up in front of him. And this is a good advantage now for France, 22 points to 12. Conroy, here's space for him now. Conroy, they've worked it down the left, gets rid of one, and a covering defence comes across really well from Schwabal. And it'll be French ball. A wonderful cover defence. They lost it on the ground, but Conroy almost away and then brought down at the 11th hour.
Yeah, Conroy in space, and you think he's going to be able to go the whole way, but it's actually this first defender just able to cause enough of a hitch that I think he then couldn't quite get up enough pace, able to slow him down and knocking the ball on in contact, and that could be a big moment. We saw it in the first half. France scored 2 tries early, then the Irish came back at the end of the half. France scored 2 tries early in the second half, and now it's on the Irish. Can they do the same thing again? Ireland, they might be a bit concerned going forward, just how they started each match and come out of the gates after the half. They still got time here, though, just over 3 minutes to play in this Pool D encounter. France
We'll try and build through the try scorers. Gone Didier, and here's the fumble. Here's the error that Ireland were looking for. Well, Shuabal had made the great tackle over here to stop Cornery, and then just can't believe he lost the handle on it.
Time off, please.
That's certainly going to help the Irish. You give them possession 20 metres out. There's 2.5 minutes left in this game, and that's certainly enough time for them to come back and grab the lead if they're able to score here. So big moment here for Ireland. If they can get something going off this scrum, and right-hand scrums are harder to attack off than left-hand scrums, so it's easier for the French to defend, but still a lot on here for the Irish with their backs out wide, especially look for Kennedy and Conroy to get something going.
Mark Roach has come on for the skip. Billy Dardis has gone to the sideline. And here come Ireland, looking for Kennedy. There was Lennox, ducks in underneath one, lays it back. Oh, good counter-ruck, though, comes through from France and really disrupts Ireland. They're going to have to be physically strong here, but just held on too long. That was good physical stuff from France to win that back.
Man on the ground.
Really well done from the French. They came up with good line speed, forced Irish to cut back, and then really attacked both of those kind of pseudo rucks that happened one after the other, getting numbers physically through. And you saw they won the initial point of contact. So the Irish defender, his body position got very high, and that allowed the supporting French defenders to get in and drive with all their body weight through the point of contact.
Great clearance downfield too. Takes them 10 metres inside the Irish half, and France will be looking for one that might be the final nail here if they can score off this possession. Short and quick they go. Mazzolini through the hands, and now back up through the middle. Ireland trying to win this ball back, can't do so that time.
You're offside, you never retrieve.
Oh, and the penalty against Ireland. So France just walking to set this penalty.
In absolutely no rush at all. Wouldn't surprise me if they went for the line out just to take another 15 seconds or so off the clock. And with a 2-try gap, that's really important. Ireland have to score twice. So if they score in 45 seconds, there won't be enough time for the second. So it incentivized the French to slow it down, take 30 seconds off the clock here if they can. And the referee, Jordan Way, will have to be on the watch for that.
Jonathan Logiel, the most kept French player, heads to the bench.
When you're ready, I'll call Tom on. Ready? Tom on, let's go.
And now told to get a wriggle on France. Here, clock starts again. One way, then the other. Mazzolini again. And now looking to spread. Boucher and Shuabal very close to that sideline. They've kept it in really well, although, hands on the ball. Yeah, I thought hands on the ball, and Mazzolini had his foot in touch, just didn't quite have the awareness, but the assistant referee absolutely did.
No quick.
Yeah, it's careless and unnecessary from the French. You got to be smarter than that. It might not come back to cost them in this one, but approaching the end of the game, stay in bounds. You don't have to score, you just got to stay on field.
Ireland, time to get one back, probably not two. Kennedy is rounded upon by a swarm of blue jerseys as the French defence is, they scored some wonderful tries, has come to the fore in the second half really well. Have muscled up big time, just have not allowed Ireland to get going in the second spell. And the steal as well, wonderfully done. Lloris, and they'll get one more to finish too. Well, France, a draw in the first match. They went to sleep a wee bit in that one, not so much today. Joachim Shuabal gets the final score for the French, but it was set up once more by that physical defence.
Really good try from the French. Their defence has really impressed me in this one, especially their counter-rucking in the second half has really come to the fore. They've been putting numbers through and driving, and as we said earlier, they drew their first game with Argentina. Every point is important. That try could be the difference between topping the pool and coming second. Really
good win for France. So both of these teams with wins so far today, but France putting Ireland away thanks to the hat-tricks of the flyer Nelson Epe, 27 points to 12. Delighted with it too. Needed to get on the board because this pool is going to be so very, very tight. How it's shaking out. A win apiece for Argentina, France and Ireland now. That last matchup, you would think, particularly between Ireland and Argentina later this afternoon, is going to be critical to deciding the outcome of Pool D. We're getting into Pool B rather. I'll get my alphabet right as well, and I'll get over to Dallin Stanford, who's better at it than I am.
Oh, you're so great. I'll pour you another cup of coffee in just a moment. It is Samoa against Japan that are about to take the field here. The Brave Blossoms of Japan had finished 14th in Singapore, and Samoa, so brilliant to have them back, 8th in Singapore. They went to the quarterfinals and lost out to New Zealand, and this Japanese side will be looking to move up the ladder as they progress here in this tournament. Second game for these sides, Japan losing out to New Zealand 40 points to 14. Samoa beating Wales 26 points to 12. And alongside me, it's the great Carl Tanana, former New Zealand Sevens captain. Brilliant to have this team back, and you yourself.
Talofa lava, Dallin, everyone watching back in Samoa, 100%. I think under the guise of Muliang Kitele, Brian Lima, this team really has shown from the start last weekend that they are the goods and had a good win first up against Wales.
Mo Chaudhry from Canada is our referee. 13th match on the series. Done some brilliant work in Major League Rugby in North America, and now on the series as well. So it's Japan on the left kicking off in red and white to Samoa on the right of your screen. This is Pool B action at the Hsbc Canada Sevens in Vancouver. Day one, second match for both these sides. Nice jump then take by Onua. Debuted in Singapore 2022, celebrate his 22nd birthday there as well. Samoa, early position for their playmakers to go cross field. Matavao struggles and then gives it off nicely, looking for a good little change of direction. Almost a double switch there, but they come back to the open side. Some hard, ferocious cutting through them and all. That is fantastic. Paul Scanlon streaks in for the opening score in this game. Early possession, early score for Manu Samoa.
Paul Scanlon, he showed in the first game that he's really quick, but his whole running was absolutely superb for the creation of this try. They're going across field, and then bang, he hits that nice straight ball, straightens up off the left foot, and just cuts through. Paul Scanlon, geez, he's really stepped up.
Scored against Wales earlier in that 26-12 victory, and opening up 7-0 Samoa. Matavao goes to that far side. Knocked down Japan. Just have a knock-on advantage.
Tackle!
Fukushi getting involved there. Early position here.
Advantage over.
Japan. Nakagawa, one of the captains, comes across field. Support there from Tsuoka, the 26-year-old. Japan hosted the Rugby World Cup in 2019, and what an unbelievable event it was to be there. The people absolutely remarkable. Moeki Fukushi concedes a penalty. Samoa tap and go quickly up the middle. Waina Sione hurdling players. With him is Maliko. Samoa to this near side. Afasua gets the switch, and the fend is there as well. Malani Matavao will get Samoa's second score.
Well, at the moment, they seem a really balanced side between having that physicality, which we know they have, but also the offloads. Valpasa Afasua. Look at him give this pass off the deck. That is brilliant. Offload. And a nice line by Melani Matavao in support. He's another guy who's going to be very integral over the course of this weekend for Samoa's chances, Matavao.
Yeah, plays his rugby with the Marist St. Joseph's Rugby Club. Scored 7 tries in 6 tests in 2018, delighting his fans in the 15-a-side code. And now here on the HSBC World Rugby 7 Series, it's 14-0. Just like that, Samoa, welcome back. Try scorer will get us going again. Japan, not a lot of possession in this game. It's a little knock pass, it doesn't work. Steve Onasai's there for Samoa. Sione around the fringes. He's tough to handle, and they won't be able to bring him down. Waina Sione has score number 3 for Samoa. It's one-way traffic.
Yeah, I love the vision here by Waina Sione. Just around that ruck area, they're just playing at a high pace. You can see that there's their clean. No one's come over for Japan. They come over late, in fact, and just the supreme footwork by the number 3 gets them through, but that's just way too easy. Japan defensively just falling off. You can see there in the face at the moment, just a bit broken, the Japanese.
Stunning score indeed. Well, Manu Samoa, a new crop of players coming through. Remember the legends, Awali Mai, Lola Lui, Michele Pessamino, those legends of the game when they won the series back in the day. It's so good to see this new crop.
100%. There's a few at home. Tomasi Aloseo, the former captain playing Super Rugby. I know he's keen to come to the Rugby World Cup in South Africa pretty soon.
Oh, that is going to be tasty in the Republic
Tackling
on
play
the
without the ball.
beaches of Cape Town.
Can't wait to see you there, Dallin. It's going to be awesome.
Fill it up again, my friend. Where's Frank the Tank? It's an epic one for the fans and the players here. And Japan get a penalty.
I think this is the way they've got to play it, Japan. They've just got to go to the set pieces. No use trying to play fast against Samoa. That's their game. So just go to the set piece. Try and use the rucks and then build your tries from there.
Japan coached by Koichi Uemura. Appointed acting head coach in December. Did the first 2 rounds in Dubai. So looking for some momentum in this game. Can they get on the scoreboard?
Vanley set him blue
Japanese attack
offside.
it to the line. Lovely
The band's
delayed
over.
ball on the outside. Open things here up for Ishida.
Advantage.
Unfortunately, losing that one. Their space was created.
Oh, Yamada, he probably gave that ball a little bit too early. But Ishida has to take it. Probably if he takes it to the line a little bit more, but that ball has to be taken. That was a try all day long. Unfortunate there for the Japanese because they constructed it so well.
Really good run there initially. Tiger Ishida putting it down.
Time off. 8, 11 white. Substitution, please.
For that drop, you're right. Coach goes, all right, we're going to make some subs. But tactically, I think that's smart. Get Kameli, I think, onto
Just
the
let me know
field
when we can
for
we're good to
Japan.
go.
Ravovo Latininada Soijima.
Time
Look
on.
there on the left of your screen there. See where Japan is. They don't want to finish in the
Coach.
bottom 2 for relegation. So that's
Fine.
very important for them to get vital points here.
Set.
And Samoa, of course, this is only their second tournament here on the series. 8-inch Singapore from their own goal line. They look to run out here. Steve on a side. Attacks Ishida.
Ruck.
Ball available there for
Advantage, high
Matavao.
tackle.
High tackle advantage for Afasua. Good strong tackle here from the Japanese. They've been a bit more disciplined on D. Conceding a penalty, but they keep their line intact so far. Big hits coming in. One I see on it. 26-year-old. Making difficult work.
Advantage
Paul
over.
Scanlon moves it across. Samoa with a bounce pass. Can be very dangerous here on the edge of the field. They're going to cut back in. Maliko kicks it ahead, chasing away. Japanese defenders coming across, but blue jersey right there. Oh, what a pickup as well. Maliko for Samoa. Va'apelo Maliko puts his name in the record books, and Samoa will score their 4th try in this first half.
Yeah, you don't see the kick very often in the game of sevens, especially you're only about 15 metres away from your own try line, but it was a good tactic. He realised there was no one in behind from Japan. He's 10 metres out, he boots it there and he just backs his pace, which he's got plenty of. Va'apelo Maliko still had a little bit to do because he had to stop once his ball came. There was a number of chases, but that's just, once again, a lazy tackle from Japan, and the smile says it all.
Now his teammates at the Tapasi Rugby Club will be very proud of him. So 4 tries so far in this first half. Successful kick as well. Puts it 28-0. Final moment here for co-captain Matavao. Can Japan get on the scoreboard? Lovely little break there. Fukushi around the fringes. Debuted in Dubai in round 1. Crossfield, Japan. Looking for a bit of work here on the near side. Yuki Ishii
Tackle
gets a
assist.
penalty for his side. Tap and go quick, little space here. Morita cuts it back inside. That's an Araso Ojima on the field.
No.
It's a short ball. It's flat. It's play on. A little goose step down the outside. Nakagawa. Japan busting through tackles on that far side. Moeki. Fukushi has one in for the Japanese.
Well, that's better from the Japanese team. And what I liked about it is a lot of passes in front. They were whole running well. The passing and timing of the pass was brilliant. And then he backed himself on the outside because the defence is stretched. You see the determination. He has to go high. He knows he's close to the line, but he's strong enough. There's Moeki, Fukushi. And finally, Japan string some passes together and get some points out of it.
He started the movement, did Fukushi, and he finishes as well. Kick is unsuccessful. That is the halftime whistle in this contest. Pool A is Samoa, 28 points to 5 at the break. Well, Samoa has really started this game on fire, and just there's so many threats around the park.
What I like about it, their decision making's been very on point. Everyone seems quite clear in their jobs and what they're trying to do and trying to achieve. I think it's been a real secret for them. A lot of the players that come from the island, not many from overseas, from New Zealand or Australia. So he's got this young group. There's Molia, Anga Tele, Brian Lima. They're actually responding to him well.
9 debutants in the team over this last tour between Singapore and now just playing like an experienced side.
When you've got a legend such as Brian Lima, who's been to so many World Cups in 15s and in 7s and represented that jersey, so well, you can't help but have respect when he's got such a young group on the other side, Japan. Well, they just need some position. They've shown they can score if they string their phases together and build.
Hsbc Canada Sevens in Vancouver. Coming up, New Zealand, Wales in just over 10 minutes in this Pool B, and then the USA will clash with England after that, and that's another Pool A contest. But back to the action here. It's Samoa on the left kicking off. They lead 28 points to 5 against Japan in their second pool match. That kick has not gone the required 10.
Strong.
Yeah, a lot of teams are using this tactic now. Before, a lot of sides would just tap their ball and go, whereas the trend is to go to a scrum. What that does, it compresses a lot of players in one area. You're going to see 8, there's 3 from each forward pack and then 2 halfback. So there's a lot of space left and right. And if you get a straight scrum, you're going to get the natural advantage going to the right-hand side, and then you manipulate from there.
Crouch!
Let's see what Japan do with this one.
Bind!
Recently appointed former England Sevens coach Simon Amor, technical director
Up. Easy.
for the Sevens national
Both
sides.
of you on this side. It's okay. I've got it on this side. Hold your weight. Do it again.
Mo Chaudhry with the instruction there at scrum time. Japan, as you
Crouch.
see, with
Bind!
attacking on either side. Ryota
Set.
Kano, debut Wellington 2017. Is one of 2 changes in the side from last week. So they come down this near side, looking to bustle their way through here with their try scorer. Fukushi, flat ball. Kuno gets it away.
High tackle.
Morita.
Over the
Head
shoulder.
Latinara Sojima down to the short side. Here they go to
Vantage
Nakagawa.
on.
Loses it. Does
Vantage
Kazuma
over.
Nakagawa. Advantage here for Maliko. Sets up on a run. Takes the outside. Oh, and the big shoulder as well. Japan came flooding up the lane, so they have to set ruck time
Vantage
this Samoa.
offside.
With ball in hand here in the second half. They kick over the top. There's no sweeper back. The chasers
Vantage over.
are coming yet again. Scored a brilliant try like this earlier. Kicking ahead. Steve Onasai.
Vantage knock
It
on.
sits up for him. Oh no,
Backwards.
huge strong hit's gone
Vantage
backwards
over.
is the call. And Falaniko will capitalise for Samoa. A brilliant strong play
Backwards.
with a kick through, and Falaniko gets his try.
But again, when it's on and it's executed right, the kick is so effective. There it is. There they go long again. Japan not using a sweeper, so they got 7 up in the line. He keeps his composure. Does the number 12 on the chase on Osai, and then just pops it up. Does the ball for Fa'afoi Falaniko. But I like it, and I like the tactic, and why not use it if it's there?
That's his first try on the HSBC World Rugby 7 Series for Falaniko. 35 points to 5. Samoa cruising here so far, looking to win their second match in the pool stages and go to the quarterfinals, back-to-back tournaments.
And I think the coach here, Brian Lima, he'll be happy with the way his team's gotten points, but just these little mistakes such as this, if you're going to go deep into a tournament, you need to cut those out.
KT, every time you mention his name, my back hurts. the chiropractor,
Oh, yeah.
breaking people in half.
Try playing against the bloke. I'm still recovering.
No thanks. Japan. One try to the name so far. Little round the fringes. Couple of dummies thrown.
Play on!
Hit hard for Kushi. And
He's
here's a
committed.
space on the outside. They're going to get through here. Sitaleki. Down for Makiesi. It's his second try this week. He scored against New Zealand and now against Samoa.
It's a big unit too. Sitaleki Taufa, Makisi. And Japan again, when they get on the edge, you see the timing of the pass. Their skills are very good. They're drawn passes there. They create the numbers. That's a well-constructed try there by the Japanese, but we just haven't seen enough of them to launch from like that.
It can be such a cruel old game, but they do get possession here. And Tafa Makisi has his second try. David in Malaga 2022. 35 points to 10, 3 to play. We mentioned Japan. It'll be so important for them to work their way up that ladder from those bottom spots. Two sides will be switched out to the end of this series. The last event happening in Los Angeles, coming up in August. Kick too long.
Yeah, just totally rushed, wasn't it? From this Japanese team. You do hard work to try and get back into this game, but now Samoa have an opportunity to go straight on to attack.
So, drifting across field. Satouta gets it away. A couple of jump steps. The Japanese hand comes in to disrupt.
And these are just mental mistakes. You know you're up by plenty. And with a young team, sometimes this might creep in. So this is the learnings from this new Samoan team. Just to keep their accuracy high in these sort of situations.
There, the standings. They have to keep track of how things are going. Tournaments still to come up, of course, in Toulouse in France, London, England, and then LA in the USA. Just on the border right now here in Canada. Brave Blossoms, one more time for them. Tafa Makesi offers the switch, takes it into the contact against
He's on the ball, he's okay.
Japan finished 14th last week. A little step there from Miyagami.
Back.
Has helped.
Good.
At the 10.
Oh, just dipped at the last, unfortunately.
Knock on.
You're saying Gome, sorry. And Japanese, oh man, they had it set up nicely too.
Time off, please.
Just fell awkwardly, did the number 3, Miyagami, so he was just down for a little bit. Japan have had a lot of passes, and when they've created their tries, it has come from that facet they've been able to hold.
Keep the scrum up. Okay, thank you.
Create and keep their width. Because of their position, they've had a lot of carries also, so they're showing when they do hold the ball, they can create tries.
Thank you.
And they're very good and effective.
Yeah, they've loved their time on the series after winning the
Time back on.
World Rugby Sevens Challenger Series in 2020. Failed to qualify though for Rugby World Cup Sevens 2022. They lost in the semi-final.
Crouch.
Of the Asian Rugby Series
Bind.
against Korea, 21 points to 14.
Set. Stay back 9.
But Japan's women's side have qualified for that big event in Cape Town, South Africa. Samoa. 35 points to 10 their lead. Under a minute to play. Dummy switch on the far side. Ball splits forward. So just a few little errors to finish off this game.
Yeah, needed to give that ball to Falaniko, the try scorer. Dummied his winger on the outside. Paul Scanlon, got to give it to him. Running across field, running into a centre and a winger. That's why they were able to challenge there, Japan. Good work at the breakdown.
I mentioned some of those great players that have played for Samoa when they won the series in 2009, 2010.
Bind.
What a brilliant moment for Samoan rugby.
Hook Japan.
Looking to get back into the top spots and into the knockouts for tomorrow. But Japan
early, number 4 blue.
have possession at the moment.
Number 4. Binding.
So looking to close things out here. Kameli, Tatianara Soijima, debuted by 2014. He'd been around the block with 47 tries. Contact on that far side from Yuki Ishii, 26-year-old.
Advantage offside.
Offside advantage. It's better stuff, momentum going forward. But this Japanese outfit down to the short side.
Advantage over.
Shan Tomonaga gets it away. Oh, a big left-footed step. Miyagami attacks the line really well.
Backwards.
Ball is still available there, comes the other way. Opitai, we're going to come back for
Forward transfer.
forward pass, and that is the full-time whistle in this Pool B clash. And they do enough in the end to Mana Samoa, and they win this contest by 35 points to 10 against Japan. Okay, sounds good. So strong performance there from Samoa. They get their second win. They can secure themselves into the Cup quarterfinals. But of the other big teams in the head-to-head matches still to come here as well. Take a look here at Pool B, how it sits there. Samoa, who took out Wales earlier. New Zealand very strong against Japan in their opening encounter. New Zealand will be the ones coming up next against Wales. New Zealand met Samoa in the quarters last week, so they find themselves matching up again in the pool site here at BC Place. 20,000 strong crowd come out here at the Hsbc Canada Sevens in Vancouver. And the next Pool B sees New Zealand, currently ranked 15th, only playing one tournament so far. Silver medalists in Singapore against Wales. This is the last few encounters, and it's all one-way traffic here for New Zealand in this one. They're on a 36-game win streak against Wales, dating back to Adelaide in 2008-2009. And here's a look at the sides. Alongside me, it's former New Zealand captain and the great man, Carlton Ana.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one in terms of New Zealand. It's been their young guns, Kitione Vai in jersey 1 and Caleb Tangitau in jersey 12. They really have been outstanding for them over the last couple of weekends. Were good in their first game as well. But this Welsh team, we just saw the graphic. They need to score points against New Zealand. They haven't been able to do that, and they haven't been able to threaten this All Black Sevens side. So for me, it's all about Luke Trehan, the captain. He's got to tell his team, we don't have to play fast, but we have to have the ball, and we can't make any mistakes to have any chance to win this one.
So they're the captains. Sam Dixon for New Zealand, Luke Trehan, the doctor for Wales. They take their place on the field here for match number 2. For them, New Zealand taking out Japan 40-14. Wales losing to Samoa 26-12 earlier today. And the All Black Sevens, coached by Clark Laidlaw, is back in black. 2 changes, Joe Webb and Andrew Newstep replaced by Naroki Magabi Black and Kurt Baker come into the side for this event. And the Welsh, no changes from the team that finished 12th in Singapore last week. With the whistle in hand, Rivero for his 12th match on the series. He's all smiles to be here on this brilliant stage for international sevens. Wales in red will be kicking off to New Zealand in black.
Let me know. They come down this.
Pool B, good morning to our New Zealand fans and good evening to our Welsh supporters. Luke Trehan for Wales kicks off to New Zealand to receive this. They jump up really well. Kitione Vai moves it across field. Tony Nashu in as well. To that far side, it's the captain Sam Dixon that takes them on. David in Dubai in 2012, an early penalty to Wales.
Yeah, it was good work by Trehan there, getting straight over the ball, realising where the contact was going to be. Sammy Dixon, they knew, did Wales, where Sammy Dixon was going to crash that ball. A great turnover.
Callum Williams out of the Scarlets Rugby Club. Planned little move with Swanwick, and Trehan kicks it over the top. Trehan. New Zealand come back and they take it out. Their own end goal.
What's unfortunate, though, a little push in the back by one of the Welsh players, and then it's a penalty in NZ.
So just a push coming in. New Zealand with Kurt Baker. Baker bumps through a couple, flicks it back on the inside. Aquila Rakalasoa will stretch the legs. It's New Zealand that open up their account with a full field effort.
Well, I like the tactic from Wales, using the chip in behind because there's no sweeper by New Zealand. But just one mistake from a Welsh player, pushing New Zealand player in the back, gave New Zealand a chance on the other side of the ball. Kurt Baker with a strong break, knew he probably didn't have the legs, he would give it to the young buck, and Rockley says, go have that, son, go all the way, you're good.
Where the thumbs up from Kurt Baker. Little stutter step afterwards as well. Scored against Japan and now against Wales. Aquila Rakalasoa. Kick goes over. 7-0 New Zealand. With Kurt Baker, 33-year-old. 126 tries to his name. Fantastic player over the years. Except for that restart.
Well, he knew straight away he'd come off the boot. She was no good. Turned his back in disgust, and this is where Wales, I'm sure, call for a scrum. Yes, they do. Well, KB, he does these all the time. He's so good at it. He knew straight away it was off the shin. Thumbs down, KB.
Kurt Baker has been with us since July 2009.
Boing.
And now Luke Chahan, he's the most experienced player here for this Welsh side.
Very hard there. He says
48th event.
Come on, boys.
For me, though, Dylan, Wales got to get the ball in the hands of Lloyd Lewis, the number 11. He's on the far side of the field, at the top of your screen. I was impressed in game one by him.
Set.
Let's see if Lewis can get possession here. Luke Chahan manages the YouTube page called This Is Sevens with his brother. But they've been out-scrummed.
Oh, yeah, the forwards just flexing their muscles there from the All Black Sevens. Sammy Dixon, Kitione Vaid, Tony Ngashu.
Rakalasoa, the 26-year-old, taps and finds the experience of Baker. Short ball to his captain, Sam Dixon. Oh, a little pick-up around the fringes. Rakalasoa, half scrag. Baker is there, looking for support. Chahan has him. Dixon drifts across field. Takes him on yet again. Caleb Tangito is there. Crossfield, Leroy Carter. Nashu. Big, strong, powerful Tony Nashu. Flicks it up here. Kitione Vaid does well to stay in the field of play. Baker is there in support. New Zealand, full stretch here. Rakalasoa goes on the outside. Tangito. That is brilliant. Caleb Tangito gets in the corner, and the All Black Sevens have their second.
Yeah, patient play there from the All Black Sevens. Take to the far side of the field, using their big boys to set up on the outside. Kitione Vaid this time. You see they're Tony Ngashu early. What that does, it spreads the field right open. It spreads the fence right open. Then this guy, one-on-one, Caleb Tangito, has been brilliant.
They signed with the All Black Sevens program at the start of this year. 19 years of age. And he has NZ's second score. Flags go up as well. It's an excellent kick. 14-0.
Love the enthusiasm, though, that these young kids have brought in, such as Brady Rush, Caleb Tangito, Kitione Vaid. They don't look out of place, even though the first-timers on this World Sevens series.
Clark Laidlaw, the coach, 6th season, started the role in June 2017. He's done really well scouting the next generation of New Zealand players. Restarts has been an issue, though, in the last two.
Yeah, and that's two in a row from Kurt Baker. Again, won't be happy with that. Will the Welsh go to a scrum? Remember, they got monstered there just moments ago. Yeah, don't go there. KB? Nah.
It gives Wales a chance here to tap, and they almost break through straight away. Ball's on the ground, penalty. Cole Swanwick tries to get things going, but New Zealand come up with it. Kitione Vaid wrestles it free. Oh, he's almost tripped up there. Goes to the right. Rakalasoa in the magic feet.
1 inch, not 10.
Oh, nice little move. 110.
Not 10 meters.
Yeah, Tony Ngashu straight over the ball. Very strong at the ruck area. New Zealand, you already see, placed a lot of emphasis in the contact area so far. They really dominated the aspect in the Welsh. Well, they've had no ball to play with.
No, they really haven't. New Zealand, who only lost one game last week, was the final against Fiji, 28-17. So brilliant to see the men back in black. Short ball. Dixon comes on a beautiful angle. The captain runs over Luke Chahan. Tony Nashu spots a bit of space as well. Throws one dummy. And the fair Nashu still going. Wrestled to the ground eventually by two Welsh defenders. Vaid to the right-hand side. Rakalasoa goes to Baker, one wider. The number 10 switches direction on the bounce. That's where the space is for Kitione Vaid. Acceleration. Oh, and how many fins is that? Wow. That is New Zealand showing their power.
There's a couple of things in this try here, Dylan, that's impressive by a young man. He had to keep his composure because it wasn't the best pass. when they come back. Here's the initial strong run from Tony Ngashu. They go back to the right-hand side to New Zealand, and then it comes back the left, where Kitione had nothing on. There's one, there's two. I'm sure there's another one left. There's three. Oh, four.
5. Can't stop, won't stop. That's outstanding. Using your arm to keep the player at bay. 19-0. Final moment in this first half. Kitione, his father played internationally for Samoa, and his older brother, Malani, played for Samoa under 20 as well as the Blues, and Auckland in New Zealand. That restart is fantastic this time, and it comes off Dixon. Rakalasoa stretching the legs. Oh, it is magic from the All Black Sevens. And Leroy Carter scores for New Zealand.
Yeah, another one of the young buds coming through for this All Black Sevens team. But geez, this is super impressive right from the restart. Sammy Dixon in the air, ribs exposed, goes up nice and high. The physical mismatch against the opposite captain, Luke Trehan. But it was the offloads, look at that. Absolutely brilliant. There are athletes all over the park in these teams. There's one offload, there's another one, and there's the last one.
Well, if your last name's Carter and you're from New Zealand, you have to be good. And Leroy smashes one in here for New Zealand. The 22-year-old. There's a name to keep your eye on. That's half-time here in this pool clash. And it's NZ. They're up 26 points to nothing against Wales.
Was on the attack, I think we're being patient. We haven't been. So like, look what happens when we hold a few fucking runs. That's fucking awful.
So apologies for any language you heard there in the huddles. It gets pretty tense at times, and this is Richie Pugh now, the 38-year-old Welsh former captain, Rugby World Cup Sevens win in 2009. Played in 32 events for Wales from 2005 to 2013. Brilliant to see him leading the side. Yeah. He was appointed Welsh Rugby Union head of Sevens November 2021. Wales have a mountain to climb here in the second half. New Zealand have been full value for their 26-0 lead. But Wales, can they spark some magic here with some of their youngsters coming through as well? See what they can do here in the second half. And Kurt Baker has been pulling the strings.
Two. Are we good to go?
Oh, yeah, two.
No, not yet. Okay. Let me know.
Flat.
It's the HSBC Canada Sevens here in Vancouver, in beautiful BC place. It's New Zealand in black on the left that lead 26-0 here in this Pool B clash against Wales. I'm Dallin Stanford, joined alongside by former New Zealand Sevens captain Carlton Nana, and it comes off the top. Vai has it on that far side. Kitione Vai scored one already, gets the offload away to Ngashu, but Wales will be able to capitalise here with possession.
You got options.
Oh, and he looks a bit sore, does Kitione Vai here. There's one Achilles heel so far for this All Black Sevens team. It's been the restart.
Trahan goes high, knocked down here from Chris Smith. Tony Ngashu is there, flicks it up. Kurt Baker on that far side. Baker.
Time off, please.
I have tried, but check.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Tim out.
Yes,
Try, yes or no, please.
we will check that for you now.
It looks like the assistant referee said try, and I think this might be okay. Yeah, no double movement there for Kurt Baker. Kid's only by though. He looks
When
like
you're
he's
on
not good.
screen,
It was tough for Trehan. It was
Okay,
messy
thank you very
ball
much.
from the Welsh showing and line out for him to take.
So it is try awarded here for Kurt Baker. Gets try number 127 in his career. A remarkable player he's been, and what a kick as well to go over. Here's another look at Baker's try.
Yeah, Sam Dixon getting up and competing. Nice pick up by Tony Ngarshu. And Kurt Baker just had enough strength to get over.
Let's see what they do here on the restart. We mentioned it was an area of focus that they need to improve on, New Zealand, as they progress in this tournament. They played some matches against some Fijian sides early leading up into the Singapore Sevens. That restart's been touched by a Welsh hand.
Behind the mark, please. Thank you. Time off. One single, South edition.
There we see Kurt Baker, number 4 on the list. 4-time scorers.
Number? 7 black and 6.
Stowers, Tamati Thama.
7 black.
Coach here, DJ Forbes and Timmy Mickelson.
Yes, wait. Wait a minute.
Players from a brilliant era. New Zealand
Let me know when you're
champions on the series 13 times. Carlton Arnie, you were there for 4 of those series championships. It's a long time ago though, huh?
Black and white VHS.
So good to have you back here, KT. Kurt Baker with his side up 33-0. Roccolaso dishes it off, a nice little move here. Carter comes back to the short side. Just held on there, did Kurt Baker. Great skills from the veteran. Roccolaso always ready to dance. Leroy Carter. Carter puts his head down. Carter gets to the first wave. Chahan. Great tackle from Luke Chahan. And it's been pinched here by the Welsh defenders. Excellent stuff there. Chris Smith getting involved here. And the penalty for the doctor. Across field goes the Welsh. Very little possession to speak of. Finally they can get something going here. That was a bit of a nothing pass here. Lloyd Lewis has possession now. Lewis, the 25-year-old. We know he can motor. Lewis going back to the middle of the field. Initially isolated.
First of all,
they keep it to the Welsh. Quick tap and go again from Smith. Wales looking to skip on with Cole Swanwick on that far side. Nashu getting involved.
We must explain here, Dallin, even though he doesn't catch it on the full, it's a legitimate try to intercept their pass. He just doesn't get it. But if he doesn't attempt it, that's a yellow card. So that's the difference here.
Yeah, great point. Referees gave us a nice little briefing on that. He's, of course, the Sevens game. You don't want to be deliberately knocking things down. He'd be off to the bin, but that is a genuine attempt.
Crouch.
It's Wales' possession.
Bind.
Wales.
Set.
Yeah, they had great players over the years. Luke Morgan, Talseti, Lee Williams. Over the years, and one of those is still here. Luke Chahan. In midfield, looking to cut back in is Morgan Williams. Debuted in Singapore 2016. The Welsh speaker. Again, the ball spits loose. You can't do that against New Zealand. They will make you pay. Leroy Carter picks this one up. Play with New Zealand under 20. Roccolaso to Baker. He attacks the line. Morgan Williams has him.
There's no more.
So no more yet. There's no knee on the ground. Trahan comes in for a little hug.
Tackle out, release.
Now Baker able to get his knee on the ground and set a ruck point here. Roccolaso, he's got such wonderful feet and the dummy as well. Aquila Roccolaso goes across field. Carter is there. He's got one already in this game. Is Leroy Carter. The big jump step. Tony Nashu comes in. Huge work rate here for the All Black Sevens. Gillian Collier on the field. Flick ball to Nashu on that far side. Tony Nashu alludes to first, and there's nobody else home. And New Zealand will bang another in the corner.
He's just a physical presence, is Tony Ngarshu. Him in tandem with Sam Dixon. They've been good in this game. Out on the edge, one-on-one. You need help. You really do. And then Morgan Williams couldn't hold on to the powerful legs of Tony Nashu, who just trots. New Zealand's 5th try, and Kurt Baker realises the situation. He knows he's got his big boy on the outside, and he goes on the outside, does not shoot. Man, he has a weapon out there.
Such a powerhouse runner. Named the Richard Corson Memorial All Black Sevens Player of the Year in 2019. Tony Nashu. Narofi Mugabe Black on the field for the NZ Sevens. 38-0 the score here, under 2 to play. Wales, who lost to Samoa 26 points to 12. Staring another down the barrel here. Nice all play there. Arthur Lennon to the halfway line for the Welsh. Ewan Pearce-Jones steps one. He's thrown to the ground. Just 18 years of age, 343 days on the HSBC World Rugby 7 Series. What a great moment it is for him in his rugby career. Wales tap again. Dummy switch and a big bump on this far side. They keep it alive under all sorts of pressure.
It's good, he's no tackle.
Carrick McDonough, Arthur Lennon. Chipped over the top here. Swanwick gives it away to Collier. And Tony Nashu will just recycle ball here for New Zealand. Looking for their second victory in the pool stages to go to the quarters here. Brady Rush loses it. So advantage for the men in red. Pearce-Jones gets his ankle grabbed, able to get out of it with those yellow cleats of his. Oh, he's full of steps, isn't he? Finally puts it to the ground here. Madonna. Play for Wales in the under-26 nations. They decide to cut up the middle. Morgan Chanowski.
No clear release. Your assistant tackler. He's not clear your release.
Well, that's what we haven't seen from Wales in this game. Extended pair with ball in hand.
Yes. Undo delay, please.
So, final few moments here for Wales. Cole Swanwick tries to get the ball back. Nashu flicks it up for New Zealand. They could just bang this one out if they want to. Carl Joaz floats one over the top. Oh, lovely little fair. Naroki Mugabe Black, though. Fires it back in the field of play. Backwards is the call. It's been hacked ahead. Another lovely little soccer kick in here. Oh, that is tremendous. Morgan Williams will touchdown for Wales, and they use all sorts of skills to get it done.
Got one of the biggest cheers of this game as well. They fought right until the last second to get some points, and good on them too. New Zealand nearly were down the other end with Mugabe Black. Good kick in to the field, and well done, Morgan Williams.
Well, they get one try in this game. It's a lovely little touch here. Finishing off for Wales, finally on the board in the final moment of that game. So in the end, it's New Zealand with a convincing Pool B victory here. They take out Wales by a score of 38 points to 5. So strong performance there from New Zealand, winning their second one in the pool stages. The men in black are back. Silver medalist last week. Kurt Baker heavily involved in that as well. So progress made for New Zealand this month. Let's take a look at how things sit here in the Pool B stages. You see New Zealand that are top in the pool there with Samoa as well. One more to go. New Zealand will play Samoa later today. Wales will take on Japan. Day one, around about just after lunch here, local time in Vancouver. Still several hours left. Let's go pitch side and get some reaction on that game. Ricky Swanwick.
Thanks, Dylan. I've got one of the new young stars of the New Zealand team, Kasiona Vai. Your first experience in Vancouver at the stadium. Is it everything the boys have hyped it up to be?
Yeah, the boys asked the boys what's their favourite place on tour, and they say definitely Canada. The atmosphere and just the close stadium just makes it even better. Can hear the crowd on top of you, yeah.
A whole lot of you new young guys have come into the side in the last couple of weeks. How's it been, the experience, I guess, the opportunity that you've had?
Oh, it's definitely awesome, for the 5 debutants, it's a dream for us to wear this black jersey, and just makes it easier when you got experienced players like Sam Dixon, Dylan Collier, all those players to just play with, and we're so blessed with that luxury.
I know you're going to love coming up against Samoa next. What are you expecting for that one?
Obviously a physical battle, brothers from across the Pacific, they love our physical battle and they never take backward steps, but we're up for the challenge and looking forward to it.
Good stuff. Thanks, Kationa. Go well.
Cheers. Thank you.
Well, we're just past the halfway stage of the 2022 HSBC 7 Series, but there are plenty of great events still to come.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome to Sevens.
This is what it's all about. Another huge moment.
Please take a seat.
It's about to get wild.
That was brilliant.
Incoming.
Take a look at that knockout. Whammo!
No one can stop us. Are you sure about that?
How do you defend the best team in the world?
I am
Sevens.
It's sheer delight.
We are.
We are Sevens.
You dream about moments like this.
This
This is Sevens.
Ride this rugby high.
We're just getting warmed up.
So these are the standings so far. Don't forget, we obviously have to finish 4 events, this one and then 3 more to come. Those things will change. That's how it currently sits. South Africa, Australia, Argentina. Top 3 spots so far. What's on offer? Well, this is what it sits. This is where you finish, what points you get. 22, 19 and 17 are the top 3 spots there. So much to play for here with plenty of action still to come. All right, into Pool A, and to hand you over to the great Gareth Rees and Madison Hughes.
Thank you, Dallin. Thank you, Dallin. We are all sevens this week. It's Pool A action. An interesting start to the day. USA being upset in many ways by Kenya, and the Fijians resuming form from their final win down in Singapore, beating England. So lots to play for in this pool. Both the sides featured in this first match looking for their first win. The action really building up here in Vancouver. BC Place is the site, the crowd are building, and there is USA currently 4th on the table, up against England, who, it must be said, weren't in their best form last week. But have Dan Norton back in the side. USA winning the series over time. But both sides looking for a little bit of form. And of course the US losing a key player for them. Terry Baker was injured in the first game and it did slow proceedings. But a really impressive side for Coach Mike Friday. Ben Brissell in there and Kevon Williams, the ever-invincible captain. And Davis doing the same for England. As you see Dan Norton coming off the bench. Delighted to be joined by former USA Eagles captain Madison Hughes. It's just it's what they play for. This is why the athletes train all season, this opportunity to play in these pool matches.
Absolutely. I mean, you do a lot of hard graft in training, and the opportunities to come out and play on the world stage are really what it's about. So they're very excited and can't wait to get out here in front of a good Canadian crowd.
US in the darker jerseys, England in their traditional white. England, of course, have had some success in the stadium. 2017, they lifted the cup here in Vancouver. Alex Davis and Dan Norton, the only survivors of that. The likes of Tom Mitchell and Rodwell in that great team that won. The Americans have never won up here in the U.S., although they have on this continent at their home event in Las Vegas.
Yeah, it's often a hard one. The home event for the US, such a big one, such an emotional one. Then you got to follow it up a week later. This time, they didn't come from the US, so it'll be interesting to see if that changes the emotional dynamic they're bringing.
Yeah, some English players, and there's the experience. Alex Davis. Man in the middle will be Nick Hogan, the New Zealander. Had his debut last week in Singapore and carried himself really well. You see DHL delivers the match ball. They're just getting off the field in time for us.
You good, sir?
Yeah.
And we are ready for kickoff. England in white. Kicking off to the left, hanging it high, but not 10 meters. Early mistake will give U.S. possession midfield. Great opening for them.
Fantastic for the US. They're able to slow it down, get into the game. We've seen so many of those today. I don't know if it's inexperienced players or anything, but not good so far.
We'll have a scrum midfield, and it gives us a great chance to go sideline. My old friend Mike Friday, head coach of the USA Eagles. Mike, good to have you here in Vancouver.
Crouch.
Great to be at a great venue, great pitch, great atmosphere. So yeah, great to be here.
Sit.
Can I just ask you off the top, just concerned for Perry Baker, your player who went down early. Any update for us, for the crowd?
Yeah, I mean, he just got knocked out. He got his head in the wrong side and he got sparked. But he's all good. He's come through. He's safe and sound. He's back at the hotel, probably having a burger.
All right, well, that's great to hear. This one of the stars of the game. Hopefully he enjoys the rest of the HSBC Sevens weekend. A tough start for your team. What was the message simply as you went into this one against England?
Yeah, I mean, the reality is we paid the price for our mistakes, and we're a growing squad, we're a young squad, and this Sevens series is brutal. If you're slightly off on a couple of things, then the reality is you get burnt, and we should have been out of sight 24-12 when we weren't, and as a consequence we lost with the last kick of the game, and that's life.
Well, Michael, I've got a familiar voice up here for you. I've got a quick question for you.
Hey, Mike, familiar opponents on the other side. What does that mean when you've got someone like Tony Roke who knows you in and out? How does that dynamic change things?
Well, it goes two ways. So the reality is, I mean, we've just got to focus on what we can do and execute to the best of our ability. I mean, we've got a plan and we've got to stick to it, and we've got to make good decisions. And young men have got to learn from getting it wrong. As you know, Maddie, you've got to get it wrong to get it right. And
take the line.
No better way to do it than against the old enemy, England.
Across. You're on the line.
Well, thanks, Mike. I appreciate you joining us. You're a great salesman for our game. The pride of Bromley, ladies and gentlemen, Mike Friday, trying to get a victory for his Eagles here. Good line out from them. They've executed well through Schrader. Right up the middle they go. Into the handoff there from Maceo Brown. The late drop. Lots of space there. England not able to get across. Malachi Esdale responds. He got a try in the earlier match. He gets his second here in Vancouver.
Esdale been finishing off really well so far over today and then the last few tournaments. Kayvon Williams, nice little outside step here, opens up the space. Maceo Brown, a big strong carry up the middle, sucked in defenders, and that meant that the England defence was always chasing across the field. Kayvon Williams tracks two. A nice footwork from there from Esdale. He might have been able to go through without it, but finds his way to the try line.
Yeah, Esdale, part of this new generation, and only his third World Series stop. Football background for him, as a few of the other American players, but showed nice finish there.
18, 17.
Conversion just slips wide, so that's disappointing for the US. It was in a makeable situation, so only the 5 points on the board, and when you got 5 early, the difference between 7 and 5 in that first try can be really big, so disappointing there, but now they can build on this kickoff.
Well, the restart much better from the Americans here. Oh, and beautiful athleticism in the air. All 4 players go on the ground, but the ball comes back USA's way. Schrader in, fending off. Look at the size of the man. Just using his strength, using his skills. He's done his job. Here comes the Eagle attack.
Thank you.
Short ball, was it forward? Yes, it was. But we're going to come back to the original penalty offside by England at the breakdown.
11 offside.
Joe Schrader's cut his mullet, but he's still bringing that country strength.
Well, speaking of strength, sit down. Philai Nue, the reformed man, but still as strong as you like. Enough of a gap there. Does he get it down? Oh, we have a stunning tackle on the goal line. I think we can have a little look upstairs.
TMO. Try yes or no, please.
There's the question, try yes or no. And Madison, you got to credit the English defender here getting under it.
Really good job. Yeah, I don't think he's able to touch this down. The one English defender goes low, one wraps up right on the ball. That's a fantastic tackle. And yeah, it doesn't look like Esdale's able to get the ball down. And that's fantastic covering defence from England. It could be a big momentum switch in this game.
It is no try. The ball was held up.
No try, held up. Held up.
Good work.
5 metre scrum.
Joe Browning there, doing his job for his team. And moments like that,
time off.
Madison, you've been on this series for quite a while. How do moments like that shift for a team? England lacking confidence at the moment, but a big play like that can sometimes change fortunes.
It can change everything. I mean, the US scored the first try in this game, scoring the second, and then you start to see the scoreboard go against you. Now it's big. England have given themselves another chance. Can they make something happen from this defensive scrum? Can they turn the ball over? If they can, then we might look on that as a turning point in this game.
Philai Nue to put the ball in the scrum.
Sit!
Vastly experienced. Will he go his own? It's going to be a penalty against the US.
No.
At the scrum. So, reprieve and reward for England after that try-saving tackle. This is better. The shift and show up the sideline. Beautiful work. Individual play from Callum Randall. Callum Randall in the corner for England. Try.
Callum Randall, long individual try. We've seen Esdale's no slouch. He's got pace, but Randall able to just use some footwork, sit him down, and then has the pace to go the distance. So as well there, just the little in and away, puts Malachi Esdale on his back feet, and then it's the long chase to the try line, and Randall has the distance.
Beautiful moment for him. That's his 10th World Series try. Kept it out wide, so the conversion's a bit more difficult. Clean strike. Will he curl it inside the post? It hits the post and goes through. So it's all happening for England here. They're right back in this.
You love to see that bounce as a kicker. That's one you're like, oh, is it going to make it? Just touches the top and goes in. Beautiful kick from England, and now they've got the lead.
Oh, good lift there. There's contact in the air.
Contact in the air.
Yeah, he's going to compete, is what his claim is, and I think he's got a fair shout here. He's going up for the ball. But the lifting pod obviously goes higher than the single man jumping.
Point you've lost the contest, and you still barged
they're so safe on this because if it goes wrong, it can go very wrong. So anytime you lose that contact, if you don't make the same height, it's going to go against you and be the penalty just as a safety issue.
White, move down.
Well, a bit of an issue here on day one, the line-out format. You're right, throwing in. As we mentioned, Falau Nui, 37 years old. Still running the show out there for the Eagles. Esdale, our try scorer, gets it to Kayvon Williams around the corner. Kayvon Williams for the Eagles.
Kayvon Williams, I mean, he's just got such deceptive pace. Esdale sucks in the defender, and you think he's only got 2 or 3 meters down the try line, but that acceleration, he goes from jogging to full speed so quickly, and he's got such a smooth stride that you can't really see that when he makes that change of speed and just able to burst his way down the line, and for a big try for the US to put them back in front.
Yeah, Kayvon Williams picking up where he left off, 5 tries in Singapore. And do you think it's fair to say this is becoming his team? He's kind of the general, the playmaker, a role that you served and a few others over the years. Is this his team to be made?
Absolutely. I mean, I think he's in the middle. We've obviously got Falau Nui too there, who is so central to everything. But, I mean, Kayvon, he's just been doing such a good job of when the team needs someone to step up, he's been that guy. And it's fantastic to see him grow into that role as an emotional leader for the team that he always played a part of, but is really taking to the fore now.
2014 Rugby Magazine Player of the Year. He's had a few more accolades since then. He continues to scintillate on the HSBC World Series. That kick's been overcooked, straight into touch. And England have chosen a scrum midfield. And explain to some of our viewers new to sevens, they've got an option to either kick again or take the scrum midfield. Why is that beneficial in attack?
Yeah, so you've got a few options. You can take the line out, you can take the scrum, or you can take the tap. I think if the defense is fragmented, you often want to take the tap and get them there. But the scrum has the advantage of pulling in 8 people right into that small area. And then you can isolate one-on-one matchups in different parts of the field.
They go with the flow, England. Aren't able to get it out wide. As the US take away the space. And Alex Davis just not able to release there. His supporting player, and it was Coulson, just a little late to arrive.
Maceo Williams doing a really good, Maceo Brown, should know their name, shouldn't I? Maceo Brown doing a very good job of getting low in a strong body position over the ball. Questionable release maybe, but gets the advantage from the referee, gets his hands on it, and that gives the US a chance now. It's a big moment because we've got 0 on the clock at the end of the first half. 10-7, it's a very tight game. If they can score again, 17-7, that's a different outlook that each team will take into the second half.
And again, we're in the red numbers here, but because it was a penalty, this lineout will be executed. Nui throwing in. He goes long, and Schrader's got it. Now the set piece. They go out the back door. A little bit of a high pass, slowed up Williams' momentum, but Lecamp's on it. And the ball's been spilled forward. That'll do it for this first half. Well, a thrilling encounter here. USA up 10 points to 7 over England. Well, lots of interest in this Pool A. A few upsets early on, but we have Fiji and Kenya to come after this match. Lots of opportunity there as the great Fijian side. That match coming up here in 12 minutes. Fiji coming off a victory, as I said, in Singapore. Great to see them back on the series. Nandu Valo was pretty impressive on his debut. 10 tries. I mean, Madison, pretty impressive stuff.
That's an absolutely remarkable debut. I mean, most players, you come on the series, it's a different speed, you're playing different styles, you've got to adjust to that. He explodes for 10 tries right away. That's absolutely amazing. I think testament to the depth of talent in Fiji and the amount of high-quality games they're able to play.
And there's the Kenyans as well. Interesting, they're warming up in white jerseys as well. We'll see what happens there. But Billy Odhiambo, vastly experienced, and he's the man who needs to go forward if this Kenyan side are going to do well. But they'll be confident with that win under their belt, having defeated the Americans.
We need to continue to starve them of the ball. They haven't had much ball, and we need to keep it that way. Possession is everything. Dogs on 3, 1, 2, 3.
You are a rugby legend. We look up to you. You're an icon, and let's go.
Welcome back to Vancouver here at BC Place. We're under the dome. It's HSBC Canada Sevens. Pool A action here. USA up 2 tries to 1 over England. Fantastic scenes here. We got the big screen dangled from the suspended roof, home of the Vancouver Whitecaps of the MLS, the BC Lions of the CFL, and hosted the Women's FIFA World Cup Final. And of course, the 2010 Olympic Games, Winter Olympic Games. Falau Niue got us underway. He goes to his left.
Knock on.
England backing up for the moment, but have lots of bodies. 5 bodies you see right there in a shot in the 15-meter tram line. Interesting tactics, Madison, for England at this stage. They've been penalized. Quick tap. Niue is off and going. He fakes back. Esdale out wide. Oh, too simple in the end. Clinical play. Ben Brissell, the big unit from UCLA. Big moment for him. And an impressive try for U.S.
Yeah, good finish from Ben Brissell. I mean, it started from the turnover and then quick hands. And Ben Brissell, I mean, he's a forward, he's a big guy, but he's got deceptive speed. And I think that's really throughout this U.S. team. You've obviously got some more experienced guys, but a lot of youth coming through who are highly athletic, look like big bodies, can move in space. And then you've got Falau Niue in the middle pulling all the strings.
Yeah, Madison, and Brissell, a player who's been in the program for 3 or 4 years, had a really tough battle with injuries, but you've seen him up close.
I mean, he's always been such an impressive athlete. From the first time he stepped on the training field, everyone was like, he's a talent, he's going to be really good in the future. But really bad luck coming off a bad hip injury. But now looking back, and I'm really excited to him grow into the World Series and have some consistent playing time.
Well, Mike Friday recognizing Brissell is just so committed. He's almost reckless. That's why the injuries come. He loves to get involved, the former state champion wrestler. Niue again on the right boot. This one a little bit shorter. And it's lost advantage being played to England.
Advantage over!
England a little bit indecisive in their attack. They're backing up just a little bit too much. Only passed out of contact. And there's determination there. Trying to take the outside. Dancing with the sideline is Joe Brownie. He does well. So his team gets to regroup. The skills let him down a little bit with some of this passing. Again, not much room, and 3 red jerseys he's running into there. Kevon Williams claiming he may have been blocked, and there is Dan Norton on the pitch. Again, a frightful sight for anyone. That one spilled. Kick and chase for Lecomte. Lucas the Cap picks it up on the run. 5 meters out. Throws it out of bounds.
No, quick throw.
Done so well. The defense forcing the turnover. Lucas the Cap, deft touch, just unable to find his UCLA Bruin, fellow UCLA Bruin, Ben Brissell. Might have been better off just holding it, taking the breakdown. You've already got them on the back foot, 5 meters out. Would Brissell have been able to readjust to get the breakdown? We'll never know. But still, opportunity to put pressure on England near their own line.
Let's hold on.
Well, 2 proud Englishmen. Only one of them cheering for England at the moment. Mike Friday, the head coach of the USA Eagles. Tony Roque, fantastic sevens brain in him as well.
Yeah.
Looking to rebuild very much. Obviously, the British players were part of Team GB to start the series, and now they've broken back into their nations. England here, Scotland and Wales.
Thank you.
The Irish, of course, stayed together throughout and are a core team. So England looking under Roques to find that form. They throw it back. That throws a little bit underthrown, a little bit of indecision again. And this is dangerous for England. So is that man when he gets up on his toes. Stepping, it's a 2-on-1. Simply executed. Lucas Lecamp does very well to stick his right hand out, bobbles it, but gets the try.
Started at the line out. Joe Schrader getting up. He's so good at that, turning it over, moving the ball wide. Here we see reacting really well. Maceo Brown putting up a really poor throw from England, to be frank. Almost messed it up, passing the ball out wide, but DeMonte Noble able to find the wrapping for Launua, who's so good at that. You see that little double pump, forces the defense to bite in. Lecamp just able to hold on to it, and they score the try.
Lucas Lecamp, a bit like yourself, has his English connections, educated Kings Canterbury, and he's been an impressive addition to Mike Friday's side this season.
Has burst onto the scene in a big way. He's a young guy, but has showed a lot of talent, and that's what you love to see. You love to see people taking to the series, showing they've got something, and then they can grow into some of those things that do come with experience over time. But he's really shown flashes of being a fantastic player as we grow.
So, U.S. fortunately up by 13 points at the moment. Otherwise, that is a coach killer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just shifts the momentum.
So, I mean, it's Launua, such an experienced guy, one of the best kickers in the world for a long time now. That is on his right foot, so he has that ability. He kicks with his left foot to the right and his right foot to the left. It's so deceptive, but it's on his weaker right foot, and that does make it more difficult for him.
Blake Boylan on the field there. Got a try against Fiji earlier. That man's got a few tries to his name. 357 to be accurate for Dan Norton. England pounding away here just with 2 minutes to play. Just over 2 minutes. 20 points to 7. USA in the dark jerseys leading over England. Norton hands on the ball, decides to go wide, but maybe wants it back. Now he's going to have to ruck. Picked up by Max Clemenson off the bench. And Nathi Vivadra. Finally, they've worked the overlap. Boylan checks and steps. Don't know if he needed to, but it got the desired result. Blake Boylan with his second try here in Vancouver.
Yeah, the US defense just losing track of where all the attackers were and leaves Boylan in space on the left wing, able to finish it off. And this will be a big conversion to see if the England can get within one try of the US. Not able to make it go, so it's still an 8-point advantage that England will need 2 tries in this last minute to get back and try and retake the lead.
Well, that was the possession there. A lot of passing of the ball. In the end, they got their result, but it took a while. 4 phases. England need their hands on this ball right away if they're going to steal this one. Looks like they may have it here. Opportunity, just less than a minute to play. Ruck ball, a little slow. The penalty. Norton stepped and gone. Oh.
Yeah, you know that. Offside. You know that.
He says, you know that. After your 91 events, I think you know that tap's got to go through the mark.
Yeah, England choosing to take the scrum here, which I think is a mistake. They need to score twice, and they're going to spend about 20 of the 45 or so seconds they had left setting up for this scrum. They needed to take that quickly, and Norton tried to do so, but when it came back, didn't make that decision again.
So they'll need something quickly. They do have the opportunity to score and refuse the conversion and get the ball back in play. They need 2 scores, England. Again, both these sides looking for their first victory. U.S. are set up for it at the moment. It's been knocked on, and that will just about do it for England. Frustration all around.
U.S. flooding the breakdown, trying to make that as difficult as possible for England to retain, able to cause enough jostling for that ball to get loosened, and the ball does go forward, and that will seal the match for the U.S. Taking them back, they'll be so disappointed with the result this morning against Kenya. Narrow defeat, but getting back on track, and then you can build into the rest of the tournament.
Fine.
USA with a put in here. They can just clear the lines, as it were. Win the scrum and get it off the field. Oh, they've knocked it backwards. Well, this may be interesting for points difference. Boylan gets knocked down. Norton's not happy.
You got to go out. You got to go out.
They tap and go. Looking for something, England. Hard running there from James Adamson. Now they go wide. Two men immediately come to Norton. That's kind of the respect he's commanded after all these years. Good short line, and they're going to get reward. Max Clemenson wisely recognizes his team needed a runner, and he found the hole.
Good try for England to finish it off, finding a little gap, and that's what happens. The US defense is standing quite flat-footed, and so when Adamson just changes the angle of his attack, the defenders aren't able to react and adjust to him.
And the extras are added. England get close and close the points difference, but they can't get the victory over the US, who win it 20 points to 19. Well, Madison, I can tell you that the Canadians are the favorite team here in Vancouver, but there's a second favorite team, and you're about to hear it. It's the Fijian side. The next match in this Pool A is Fiji versus Kenya. And there's a lot of South Pacific support, not only in Canada, but on the west coast of the States. And they love coming here to support their Sevens rugby, and they've been a huge part of Canada Sevens from day one. There they go. They have changed jerseys mercifully. Fiji in the white, and the Kenyans in the black and red.
I tell you, Gareth, no matter where you go in the world, it often feels like Fiji are either the most supported team or the second most supported team. I mean, for a neutral, they're so exciting to watch, and obviously Fiji as a country is just so passionate about rugby sevens, and they really reflect that with how they get behind their team.
Nelson Oyer will captain the Kenyan side. Herman Huma had a good start to the day. But there they are, loving it, those blue flags, the blue wigs. They take the corners of the stadium. They know they're Sevens rugby. They know that's where the tries are scored. And first thing in the morning here on Saturday, they come and sit in those corner seats and own them for the whole weekend. Francisco Gonzalez in charge of this one. There they are.
Thanks. We happy to go? Okay.
Fiji beat England in their first match, 27 points to 17, and of course come off their gold medal performance in Singapore. And it will be Nathuku to get us underway with his right boot. Fiji in white jerseys. Jerry Tuai, interesting, starts this one on the bench. There's a chip and chase. No sweeper at home for Kenya. He's got all day to pick this up, and he takes it on the run. Nathuku starts the game and ends it. First try for Fiji.
Nathuku, he doesn't need half an invitation, does he? Spotting there was no sweeper, so much space in behind, and I mean, it's part of the threat that Fiji provides. You can't cover for everything. You know they could beat you out wide, they could beat you with offloads through the middle, and then Nathungu showing that the chip and chase is also a threat too, so it just makes it so difficult because they've got so many ways they can beat you.
Well, the fingertip pickup there, great shot from our crew. Nathuku got 2 tries against England in the first match, and giving his thanks, he gets his third here against Kenya. Less than a minute into play.
Brought up his 100th try earlier this morning, and showing he's in a rush to get his second 100 going.
So, first real possession for the Kenyans.
Tackle release!
Humwa goes down. One of the few teams on the series that do really match up physically
off feet
with the Fijians. Fiji off their feet, not supporting their weight at the breakdown. And the Kenyans, you think, in that physical presence anyways, Madison, have an opportunity to match up.
Kenya always brings such a physical challenge. You know that that's the first thing you have to meet when you go against them. And they'll know that that's an area they can bring. But it's also Fiji matching that strength. And so it's how are Kenya going to use other assets to beat them?
Well, Kevin Wakesa gets pushed across into touch.
Behind the mark. Behind the mark.
Goes into touch, so...
Yeah. First one, yeah.
Tucker and Billy, one of the bigger men out here. Gold medalist, of course, from Tokyo. As Fiji have won both the gold medals, being offered up in Rio and Tokyo. Wonderful scenes. That win, of course, under Gareth Baber, their Welsh coach, and now they have an Englishman in Ben Gollins, who's had a pretty good start to his coaching career with 1 gold medal and 0 losses so far. Well, with men like this on your side, it's not hard to win gold medals. Fantastic step. Individual effort. Just clinical finishing from Nanduvalo.
Nanduvalo doing so well, just a slight step inside. The Kenyan defender slips across the front of him, and the Kenyan centre not able to get across and cover that gap. And that's what you've got to be careful as a wing. You're taught, show them to the outside, make sure that's where you're pushing the attacker to go. Because if you slide across too fast, you're making it very difficult for your centre to close that gap.
Only the second event for Nanduvalo was in Singapore last week, but really featured well. The New Zealanders and the Aussies went to Fiji for camps before that Singapore, and he really put on a show, especially against the Aussies going 100 meters in one of their games. Fijians love it right now. Well taken restart by Anya. Walesa working that narrow channel again. That one's tapped, but it's caught. Risky maneuver, risk reward is there. And there's going to be a scrum to Kenya.
It can be so difficult against the likes of Fiji because you're like, we need to make something happen. We need to do something exceptional. When those moments when you're chasing that exceptional moment, that's when you're more likely to give them to turn over possession, create an error. Sometimes it's, we really need to go down to basics. Don't need to force anything exceptional, but just go through phases, maintain possession, and then we can put them under pressure.
They're one of those teams, aren't they, that's a milestone. The Irish beat them last week, and it was a kind of an indication of where their program's come. First time ever the Ireland beat Fiji. Right now, Kenya trying to get a victory. Off and running is Anya. He's got that long stride. A little bit desperate there as he throws that one infield, but it goes forward.
Yeah, it looks like he's making ground, but he's really just running sideways across the face of the Kenyan defense. He sees he's getting too close to the sideline and throws an aimless pass back inside. And again, you can't afford to make mistakes against Fiji. If you give them possession, they're going to make you pay. The big thing we always used to emphasize is we want to maintain possession. We want to starve them of the ball. If they don't have the ball the whole game, they can't score. So that's what you want to do against Fiji, and Kenya really making too many mistakes so far in this one.
Fine. No, don't touch each other. Sit.
Pumwa there on the near side. So he stands up in the scrum, but Fiji secure the ball. Around the back. Good work off the ball, and that's created the extra set of hands. He wants him to come inside, but he keeps it. Fantastic play from Bukarara. It's knocked on. Both sides have knocked it on, so it'll come back. Kenya ball.
It was a good set piece play from Fiji there. The centre come on a short line and the fly half wrap around the back. A little simple. Kenya might think that they shouldn't have been sucked in quite as easily, but the scramble defense was good. We saw really good communication between the sweeper and his other chasing defenders to reorganize that. And that can be so difficult, that communication on the run. We see him there pointing to say, hey, let's get our line reorganized and reintegrated, and then we can get back into position.
Bukayara also in his second event, a debutant last week. Plays for the Army. Nice little move from him. I'm sure there's tons more to come for him in this famous white jersey. Kenya with an opportunity at the end of the first half. Down 2 tries. Anya's been very active here, but doesn't have a lot to show for it. Immediately on the ball are Fiji. Kenya wide and deep at the moment. Fiji fairly well connected in their defensive wall, just holding that shape. And even taking away the offload lanes, they shoot up. Oh, finally a gap. Rumbling through it is Wakesa. He's still going, the big man. Finally brought down 15 meters out. Kenya looking. Coming back hard. Billy O. Oh, Truman Humor, sorry. They're keeping that ball alive, but intercepted. Well, this is frantic stuff, and I got to say it plays into the Fijians' hands. They love it when the game breaks down. Look at this. And listen to this crowd. Fiji are off and running here in Vancouver. Joshua Vakuranabili, try for Fiji.
mean, that's the full turnaround of rugby sevens. 1 second you think Kenya are in, and scarcely 10 seconds later, Fiji are strolling in under the post. There's probably no team who's been better organized and better drilled and had more practice at infiltrating offload channels than Fiji. They're constantly doing it against themselves in practice, just getting in those channels, stopping the offloads from coming, and it really pays off there.
What a great shot there after the interception. All three of the Fijian players calling for the ball, knew that the counter-attack was on. There's the extras in front of the posts. They brought this stadium to life. Fiji doing what they do best, leading 21 points to 0 over Kenya. Wonderful moment. These big men, you've seen that a few times, the big men coming down at you.
Yeah, it can be a scary, menacing sight. You almost feel like you're hearing the shaking of the ground as some of these guys run at you. And then the worst part is then they step you, so you're like, oh man, you can't defend. You're sitting back on your heels because you're bracing for that contact. And these guys are just so fleet and light of foot as well. It is really so impressive and so exceptional.
Well, we're here in Vancouver, Hsbc Canada Sevens, and up next, a pretty big match for the locals. Canada taking on South Africa, and there is Phil Berna and his troops. 11 minutes time, they'll be taking it out here. The last time these two teams played with a full series, they stole bronze off South Africa. It's a very different look team there. The Canada fans will be hoping they get a result. Right now, it's Kenya kicking off. They're down at the moment to Fiji, and that's not going to help them get back into this one.
I feel like I just keep saying this, but we've seen this so many times today. Teams just making this basic error on the kickoff, and it really is unforgivable. You're trying to go too perfect, and it ends up really costing your team. You'd be better off just putting it slightly longer, getting that chase on. These athletic forwards, they can get 15 meters down the field. You don't have to put it 10.
Set move from the Fijians. Lots of movement behind the scrum. Kenya's up to it for the moment. Constantly keeping that ball alive. And you talked about it, Madison. So difficult to play against. You don't get a breather in defense. And powering through the tackle. The big leg lift from Thana Kaivata. Fresh off the bench. Gets his moment under the poles.
Fiji, they're so good at changing the point of the attack. You think they're attacking you one place, the defense starts to converge there, and then they quickly offload out of that and shift it across to another part of the field, and it makes it really, really difficult. We used to emphasize just keeping your defensive integrity intact and together as much as you possibly could, and then shifting and forcing them to throw one more offload, one more pass, constantly forcing that to happen.
Well, he knew he was in here. He got a little close to the end zone. I'm not sure if he got that ball on the line. Whoa, he's okay. He rolled it back for his kicker. And the extras. So normal service resumed for Fijians.
Time is off. Yeah, Fiji doing very well in this game. I mean, it's amazing. Is Jerry Tuai still on the bench? He might have come in now, but didn't start the first game, didn't start this one, and Fiji with still 2 resounding victories. That's pretty amazing and a testament to the depth and talent they have within this squad.
Yeah, 2-time Olympic gold medalist, World Rugby Sevens Player of the Year, Jerry Tuai, not needed in this 28-point onslaught of Kenya.
Time on.
Great shot, gives you some perspective of the ground level. That one's batted back. Bounces kindly for Wangila. He's off the bench as well, trying to provide a spark. Just looking for something are the Kenyans. They started the day really well, beating the U.S. 19 points to 17, but have struggled to find any offense here against Fiji. This is better from them. They've gone forward. It's 40 meters out now from the Fijian line. Route 1 from Anya.
Stay behind? Yes.
Billy Odhiambo trying to step around. They're going backwards now. That's good work from Humwa. But just the physical presence again from Fiji. Jars the ball loose. And look at this response. Oh, off the ground. Fantastic line of support. Straight through the middle. Rathaku, he does it all by himself.
Another try from Fiji, and it came from that turnover. They're forcing pressure with their defense, getting the ball, and then immediately attacking. Looked like Rathaka maybe could have made this slightly more easy, could have got there slightly more easily. But it starts there. See, Kenya are attacking, they're doing well, but in looking for that extra offload, the mistake comes, and Fiji make you pay when you make mistakes against them.
Beautiful pass off the ground, and good linear support in behind the ball.
Yeah, Fiji, they're so good at flooding these offload channels. As soon as one guy makes half a break even, you've got 3 or 4 players surrounding him, so that these offloads, they often look like they're just kind of tossed and the player can possibly have seen them, but there always is a Fijian there to take it.
And so often they hit you, you turn the ball over. They do it in one possession. Kenya really at 6s and 7s right now, not able to get their units working, not able to get their hands on the ball, and this is daunting.
One dish over.
It's those first tackles they're stepping out of far too easy for Fiji. That pass doesn't go to hand, but it doesn't seem to matter with the flying Fijians. Stepping hard is Ratu Rathiri. Also being able to use their bench here is Ben Gollings. And a fair steal there. Good response from Kenya. Off they go. Looking to take the goose egg off the board. 2.5 minutes to play. Again, the skills letting him down. Knock on deemed there.
Yeah, immediately getting on the front foot, trying to put some pace into it. I like to see that enthusiasm. It'll be easy for the heads to drop with this scoreline. Kenya still chasing the game, still chasing points, but once again, mistakes really costing them and turning the ball over and giving Fiji the chance to get right back on an attack. We see Kenya actually have more carries than Fiji, so they've had the ball more in this game, taking it more into contact. But you see the errors, 5, that's just too many. And it feels like every time they've made one of those errors, Fiji have scored.
Hold on.
Uptight and personal in this scrum here. Get a bit of a taste of what it's like in there. The no-look pass. It's lost forward.
More advantage.
Just such confidence on the ball, Madison. Look at the supreme, love of the game and just love shifting that ball around.
It is absolutely amazing. I mean, as someone who is not blessed with the Fijian rugby brain, it's like, how on earth could he have known where he needed to throw the ball? And yet every time they do it, the man's there and he's often hitting it at pace and accelerating through a gap. It's a joy to watch and absolutely amazing how these Fijians are able to find those offload runners, hitting the ball at pace even when they can't see them.
Terry Walagi Patterson there with a deft touch, a late addition to the squad. Kenya with just over a minute looking for their first score. Break 1 tackle, they break 2 tackles, they break 3 tackles. Finally, Alvin Marube scores for Kenya.
Marube with a moment of individual magic, the double step and the fend, and then he has the pace to go past Jerry Tuai on the outside. No mean feat in itself. And Kenya have promised this. They've shown they've got attacking, good, threatening ball carriers. But too many times today, the Fijians have been able to scramble and force the extra pass, but there, Marube able to go in, score a nice try, and again, that could prove important. Kenya did the job earlier today. They've got to do the job in the next game later on to secure that second quarterfinal spot, but points could prove important.
So 33 points up for Fiji. 5 for Kenya as the conversion just slides wide. We will have the ball reintroduced at the half. 3 defenders beaten. That's the key stat there. That's a positive going into their final pool match here in Vancouver. Kenya take the ball, but I'm going to attempt this here. They're one of the few teams that doesn't kick the ball off the park. They keep going. I think I'm going to get this wrong here. They're going to go. You heard them. They want to play.
Enthusiasm and energy. They're 14 minutes into this game. They're 30-odd points up, and yet they're still flying around the field, throwing magical offloads, and having the energy to go right to the end. There's a testament to the energy and the joy they bring to the world of Rugby Sevens.
Well, they find inspiration from all places. The fans are loving it. They've got the result they wanted. 38 points to 7, the final score here. Lots to celebrate there for Fijian fans. Handshakes all around. Respect by all these players. They go hard, but they respect it. Pool A is very interesting indeed. Fiji claiming their place at the top. Wide open below that because Kenya and US both have played 2, won 1, and lost 1. So who knows what could happen. Even England could feature in this. Well, great to have you with us. I'll hand over now to Ricky Swinell. Ricky.
Thanks, Reece. Yes, we're heading over to Pool C, where it is South Africa and Australia winners so far. The home team, you can hear the roar, can't you? You know who's coming up next. As the home crowd start to warm into their work as well. Canada and Spain looking for their first wins in the pool. The noise-o-meter is off and rolling. And they are making plenty of it because here come the home team, the Canadians, who started so well in their first match and then could not finish it off against Australia, against the series leader, South Africa. The South Africans have picked up a couple of early injuries, though. Ryan Oosthuizen and Darren Adonis both out of this one. Kaltinana alongside me. Well, for Canada, they've just got to try and get some momentum, something rolling in their season. Give them a bit of hope and these fans a chance to roar.
Well, that's the thing. They always play big at home, don't they? They really use the crowd to their effect. You got a lot of young guys amongst this new Canadian group that Henry Paul has brought along. And you know what? They've got nothing to lose here, Ricky, so they'll have a nudge.
Good luck.
So it will be South Africa
ready?
to
just come back behind the line.
Get us
please
underway.
Right, we're ready to go.
Sneak a metre early. South Africa, Canada in Pool C. On day 1 of the HSBC Canada Sevens in Vancouver. Human gets this match underway, taken down by Cooper Coates, and an early penalty for
5
Canada.
still in there. You're okay. 5's got to roll.
Yeah, it would have been really harsh, the referees had to break down right across this first day. Just getting caught up, I think it was Hsbc being singled out. But this Blitzbokker team, man, they've been the pace setters all season long. And you see here Canada just going to take it to the set piece, try and slow it down because they know the South African Blitzbokker team want to go fast.
You don't want to play at South Africa's pace there. They are at the top of the table. Wins in Dubai and Spain, all 4 tournaments, and then, well, came a bit unstuck last week. Let's see if they can get back on track, and that'll help because it's been shown straight to Human, and now steaming downfield through Pretoria's big wide ball over the top of Swiswapi. Even the skill of the Blitzbokker captain couldn't bring that one in, and then it breaks down through the hands of Fun Fake. But boy, the error from the line out was almost costly for Canada.
Oh, geez, yeah, Davids was straight onto it, wasn't he? It was half a hole, and he's so quick. All-time try scorers here. There's that guy, Sheikh Swiswapi. He is lethal when he gets a bit of space. That ball hits him on the chest.
Still,
he is dangerous.
Wait for my call. Crouch. Bind.
South Africa were a little slow out of the gate in their first match against Spain, and then rolled through to a 31-12 win. Yeah, Brown called out of there. Can't hassle the old halfback around the edge of the scrum. So Canada, well, were playing under advantage. It's called over as Coates Scoots away, down to the right. Want a high shot, and that's what they got.
Shoulder first and slipped
Kobalar again, just crept up.
But again, Ricky, this Canadian team won't mind this. Slowing it down.
Yep.
Going to the set piece, so they'll go deep into the blitz pocket territory. They couldn't affect their line out last time. They've got to be more accurate if they want to have any threats. I wouldn't mind seeing them drive, change it up a little bit.
Love a classic line-out drive.
Who doesn't in a game of sevens, eh?
Close.
Get a reset scrum if we're lucky to. Oh, again, overthrown, can't bring that down. And it just allows South Africa to sweep on to attack again, powering forward. This time they can link up with Soizwapi, and then tipped up needed to be made by Canada on the 22. Here's Van Wyk again. Holds it, and Uman goes in to help him out. Kobalar will clear, looks left and right, and it's to the left he goes with Pretorius. Pretorius is trying to scoot around the outside and then falling off the tackle as Canada, and you cannot do that to the pace and power of JC Pretorius.
So strong. This Pretorius, love the way he held the ball in two hands. What that does is the defender, it just threw them off. Here it is here. This will be a good shot of it. Ball in two hands, uses the footwork, dives, goes around another player, uses the ball again to fake off a third defender. That is a well-taken try by the young man. There's the skip. Freezes defence, they get on their heels, uses the ball to fake Theoloff, goes around him, he gets caught in no man's land. And then right there, the third defender is stuck on the outside. Good start.
Conversion from wide out is well struck, but just away, so South Africa go 5-0 up. JC, but it's still only 24. He's made some big waves in the last couple of years on the series. Restart is driven slightly longer this time by South Africa, and it's Coates again who brings it in and then throws an ugly ball, and it just sets Teal up to be hammered, but he's nice and big and strong, Jake Teal, so he's able to get rid of the South African defence and then earns a penalty too.
11 in the tackle zone.
South Africa won't be scared of the line out from Canada at the moment. The Canadians have gone there twice, so they've got that wrong 2 occasions. I actually thought Soizwapi had rolled out of there. It's tough at the breakdown for him.
Now they're going to go line-out option again. They missed the first one and it almost resulted in trouble. The second one did result in trouble. And the Pretorius try eventually. So need to nail this one at BC Place. What an incredible stadium. And this crowd want to get on their feet for their home team. What's the option this time? They go short and tricky. And well, it worked. Just... And then they give away another penalty from in the side. So South Africa rather want to get on with things very, very quickly, playing the gaze at their tempo. Uman. And then shaping and then through, opening up for Van Wyk. Coming back at him. Good tackle made. Needed to be made by Richard. And will get the ball back too. Great hustling defence from Canada.
Oh, unfortunate for South Africa. He just got isolated because he did make the break. Van Wyk. That's great work over the ball. Look at this, he's broken. It's a nice short line. He turns, he comes in and fakes a tackle, gets on the right side and releases. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Richard.
Just the sort of play Canada need. Little boost.
You know what, those line out time. Roll. Got to get this right. Got to get the crowd back into it. Got to get some confidence here, Canada.
Prevost stands and waits. Front ball for Jake Teal this time, and it is a bit of an ironic cheer from the crowd. Tipped up just before halfway is Prevost. Canada first real chance to play with ball in hand, and Teal tried to free the arms in traffic and couldn't do it, and that is going to result in big trouble because Van Wyk has got space. Soizwapi it is rather, and again they just steam down this right side. Now change the point of attack once more. Kobalar through the hands for Brown. Brown can't get out of the tackle of Coates. It's nicely done by Cooper Coates.
Too slow.
Yes, like where can I go from there? It's tough on him. But they have to pick themselves up and go again because here's Soizwapi on the outside once more for South Africa. Caught on the 5-metre line. Bodies piling in from Wyk. And now Pretorius running a little sideways and then tried to straighten. Davids goes the big wide ball, knew there must have been a man outside there all by himself. and it was Ronald Brown. Side to side they go, and eventually Canada breaks.
Yeah, the young man is taking over the ball-playing role for this Blitzbokker team. Ronald Brown. David's here, takes it to the line. Saw swiping. What I like about him is the decision to hold this ball. He draws over 2 defenders. It sets it up. JC Pretorius, again, ball in hand. And this is just the back end of it. Look at this footwork here from the young man, Ronald Brown. Just a little stutter step there. You see the defender gets caught on the heels. Easy as you please.
South Africa conversion. Bounce off the bar and over. It takes them out to a 12-0 advantage, and time for a restart. Driving this low and long and hard off the kickoff. Canada, I was going to say, just let it run, get to half-time, have a bit of a breather for the Canadians. South Africa, 12 points to 0 at half-time in Pool C. Africa 31-12 winners in their opening pool match. Of course, as I said, won 4 tournaments, top of the log. And then, well, a couple of the other teams came back. And then in Singapore had some struggles, did the South African team.
Good work on defense, but we were giving the ball away. We have strengths in the lineup. And we're just getting a little too fucking, frantic. It's our strength, it's on all of us. We're going to go back to the last and it's going to work for us. That's there's a fucking outstanding track back tackle, guys. That is unbelievable. Fucking day, fucking walk. Unbelievable. So I got to get the time. On the 10, come on, this is taking it. The last day,
South Africa leading Canada 12 points to 0 at half-time. Second match in Pool C for these teams of the day. This is the tough one. Get through that second one and set yourself up for the afternoon and for the next day.
Kid has been outstanding. Ronald Brown. He's actually beaten Hodgkin's lymphoma, so he's gone through a little bit in his life. You can see the steel, the toughness in this young kid, and Jake Theowell. He's actually sold some boots and raised over $100,000 for the Ronald McDonald House. Absolutely brilliant, these young men on this field today.
Canada restart straight up the middle. It's hangs high and eventually it lands in the arms of Pretorius, but it was knocked off a South African hand.
Restart nice and high though and contestable. That was a seeker in Canada. Well, for me, this is the moment, Ricky. No line out. They've got to get a stable scrum, but this is probably the hardest place to defend, a midfield scrum, so there's a lot of space in this near side of the field if they want to go there, the Canadians.
Selvin Davids onto the field for South Africa in 8. Not a bad option to bring off the bench for them as Canada try and scoot away. Just trying a little change of tactic with a little kick in behind here. The chase is on. Oh, Van Wyk did well. Shoulder to shoulder. Still there for Canada. The crowd have gone up and so's the referee's arm, and that's the main thing. Well, it bobbled around, but they changed things up, and the try goes to David Richard. Just what they needed after half-time.
Something different, something to keep them off balance. This is a good turn and chase here by Van Wyk. He just can't regain his feet, but this guy, David Richard, he does. And look at that, that's a fair contestable ball, shoulder to shoulder, nothing wrong with that. Oh yeah, Canada back in this one, exactly what the crowd and the Canucks needed.
An ever so slight size advantage just worked to Richard's advantage, and the conversion too. All of a sudden, Canada got themselves right back into it straight after the break. 12 points to 7, South Africa lead. Ooh, messy for South Africa, just let it bounce, came off the foot, and here's more ball. Patel thought about shoveling it, tunnel ball between the legs, held on to it, and will set up play in midfield. They spin to the left. Trying to find the seam in this South African defence. It's a good charge from Russell. And now looking for a little sniping run, bouncing, pinballing around is Webster. Through the hands, Prevost to Teal. He's been impressive for them. South African player slow to get up from that. Oh, the bubble still there and the footwork, and he's in. It almost went completely pear-shaped for Cooper Coates. Instead, he's put his team all square.
Oh, momentum's a funny thing, isn't it? And they've got it at the moment, this Canadian team. After that first try from David Richard, they were down defending to 6 men. Here's the restart. This is where they've been good. This Canadian team, back-to-back possessions. It's such a luxury to be able to do that. South Africa getting forced to make a lot of tackles. The 50-50 ball, and they keep it. Cooper Coates gets their second.
And to go in front, Canada all of a sudden have come from 12-0 down, 14-12 they lead, and don't the home fans love it?
Okay.
South Africa had Development down in back play after that pass ruck which led to the try, and he's very slowly coming to the side.
Yeah, it looks like a rib complaint too, so hopefully he's okay for the rest of this tournament from the Blitzbokker point of view. But a restart again. This is number 3 for Canada. The Blitzbokker desperately need this one.
High hanging once again. South Africa, oh, brilliant execution from the Blitzbokker. Williams it was who brought it down with the strength of Hsbc holding him up. Now what a South Africa got, busting out of their own half again. Chase coming in for Canada. Davis didn't quite have the pace. He certainly had the power, but South Africa steam forward again. Canada having to scramble, ridden to the ground. Prevost brings down the much bigger man and Hsbc, and now penalty offside against Canada.
What number?
Oh, that's some good play there from the Blitzbokker. All started from, you said, Ricky.
Offside.
Receiving that kick-off, went up nice and high. Under a lot of duress too. They were able to take it easy. And I think David's nice break from him on that far side of the field.
Let's start thinking about it, 8.
The penalty at least gives Canada a chance to reset their defensive line and see what move the Box have got. Pretorius, it went backwards, said the referee. Tipped up in a really good tackle is Sweswapi. Through they go, Selvin Davids. And the ball goes to ground. Mistake, a rare error from South Africa, and Williams, and that allows Teal to come away with it. Gee, he's working hard. Jake Teal. Canada holding on to a 2-point lead. Desperate. And holding on to the ball too long, though. That'll be a penalty. South Africa tap and go again quickly. And space on the outside, a little stutter and a stumble from Williams, and he's caught, not even half a metre short. South Africa surely must have numbers somewhere, going across field, scooting away. And the experience of Selvin Davids, just when the Blitzbokker needed it, come to the fore. They strike back again.
It was a dummy run, though, from Zane Davids that created that hole.
7.
On the outside.
7.
Selvin Davids was good enough to see it. Hsbc got the turnover. They went real close here, but they were good enough to recycle this ball, and it was quick pill as well from Williams. There's the dummy run from Zane Davids, and there's the outside hole taken by the replacement Selvin Davids.
Important kick from right in front is good. Tit for tat they go. Leading assists. Selvin Davids gets himself on the score sheet today, though. 19-14 now with just over a minute to play. Canada, can they find one more, something else? After being 12-0 down. Well, brought down off the restart. South Africa try and pile in, but they've cleared it away. Well, and then knocked down, and it lands in South African hands again. Pretorius, a good counter ruckload from Canada to win it back just at the right time. Good strength and physicality, and then some more as well, bumping off bodies. Canada looking to surge downfield. They need a halfback, and there it is. Getting rid of one is Owaru. Canada, plenty of time, just need to be patient, working their way downfield. Cleared away by Ngongo and Owaru, who's been a good powerhouse coming off the bench. That ball will just sit up very nicely for Brock Webster. Tries to thinks about the outside, change of direction, change of mind, looking for a hole. There's the siren. Canada now need to start pressing forward, and they'll get a penalty. That helps.
Geez, what do you do here? Do you go to the line out, which hasn't been the best in this game? They look very tight. There's a lot of hands on hips by the home team. It looks like they need a rest, so probably line out is the option.
Time off, substitution, number 5. Sub. 5, sub. Okay, he's going off on the far side. Time back on.
They're bringing in some fresh legs.
Look out, delay, please, 8.
Nicholas Allen.
I think it's a tactical thing too, Ricky. So Canadian coach Henry Paul knows he's going to go to his line out, so he's going to bring on one of his big bobbers who is fresh in Nicholas Allen. This is his time to step up and nail
just off the line,
this
please.
line out.
Yeah.
It's on that man.
Off the
Cooper
line.
Coates walking to the line out. There's South Africa at the top. Canada, they have just had a rough old go this season so far. Scrapping and trying to fight their way into some form. Important, massive throw, knocked away. South Africa ball out the side. It's done. Well, they tried it and tried it. The line out had let them down a couple of times, and it did at that last moment. South Africa get away with it against Canada, and they take their second win of the day, 19 points to 14.
Well, I tell you what, Ricky, you've got to give it to this Blitzbokker team. An ugly win's better than a pretty loss any day of the week, and they competed at that line out. That was a secret. They had the confidence to do that rather than just D up and set their defense. So well done on the Blitzbokker. You take the win all day long.
Slightly down on personnel too. Only 4 on the bench for the Blitzbokker in that match. So that gives them 2 from 2. Australia to play next. That's where the battle is. Canada definitely seen some improvements though. These first 2 games today, they haven't had the results. They've definitely shown much better signs than in Singapore last week.
If they have a little bit more polish, and the signs are there, as you spoke about, Ricky, they can threaten these top teams if they win. They do get it right, and they did a couple of occasions in this game, but in the end, just the class of this Blitzbokker team. That's why they're sitting at the top of the series at the moment. They come through for them when they needed it most.
South Africans will head off BC Place, and we will go sideline. Gareth Rees has one of the home team players with him.
Yeah, Cooper Coates, congratulations. Not the result you wanted, but what a performance you gave these fans.
Yeah, honestly, it's a young group of guys. Even just as starting backline, we all came into Rugby Canada at the exact same time, and it's a fuse of effort that we're putting in. But it's a fresh team, and obviously that's not the result we wanted. But we just got to keep building game at a time.
And how important is it for you to play on home soil? You're from the other side of the country, thousands of miles away, but to have this crowd and this support in Vancouver.
You know what? It is incredible. I've only been able to experience this in the stands, and I'll tell you what, it's a whole lot better on the field. It is incredible. It's a whole nother 10% that we get. So honestly, we can't thank them enough for what they're doing for us.
Well done, great effort. Keep it up for the rest of the weekend.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Pool C, Australia, second seeds in the tournament against the 9th seeds, Spain. Australia winners earlier on in the day over Canada. Spain beaten by the Blitzbokker. Australia have looked really good this season as well. Lots of fresh new faces, as there is in so many of these teams. It's interesting coming back after a wee while away. Lots of new young players. huge wave of talent that the sport offers.
Well, the Spanish team, they were very nuggety against the Blitzbokker in that first game. It took South Africa a long time to get rid of them in this Australian team. Well, they've had their moments where they look really sharp and not so good moments. So I'm expecting some big things from the Scots. I think they're not far away from maturing into a very good side.
Australia convert to their change strip, their green. Dietrich Roach, he's one of those newcomers. Pool C, Australia against Spain. Heading into the afternoon, deep into the afternoon here in Vancouver. Spain misread the restart. It's batted a long way back to halfway, so that's where Australia will start from. Tool who chased it back for the Aussies. Here's Roach. Here is Corey Toole. Been on a try-scoring tear this season. And now Australia able to spread. Turner through the hands they go. Lawson and then Hutchison. Looking for some skipper out wide. Nick Malouf. Spain's defence disciplined and organised at the moment, and that's a good counter-ruck as well. Good physical presence from the Spanish to blow through that and then scoop that ball up again. Big fend, another big fend, can't get around the outside of Malouf, though, saying Tabaga, and that's thrown back in field, and now some broken play for Australia and Roach to work with. Just tries to hold it up, size up the options, and then heads back to the right through Henry Hutchison up the middle and straight into Romero. Tool, little bit of footwork and then a little bit of a shimmy, and it doesn't even really need a full acceleration from Corey Toole. Well, tit for tat they go. The top try scorers, they are always in the action, and this young man is very much in the thick of it. Corey Toole makes it his second for the tournament, 29 for the season, and Australia struck first.
I like his work rate, Corey Toole. He gets around the park. You see he come from the blind side, come to the open, goes through the hole, created the extra man on the overlap. Just got on the outside of Ramos to Corey Toole. He's the new young star for this Aussie team for sure.
6 tries last week in Singapore. The conversion's good too from Roach. But it wasn't just that. Offloads, line breaks, is heavily involved. There they are. Toole and Kennedy up the top. Nelson Epe, hat-trick earlier on in the day. He's going all right as well. 29 for Corey Toole in his first year on the circuit. Roach swings that kick away just before the gong. This time, Spain in the correct position to bring down the restart. And they'll build from deep inside their own half, inside their own 22 they come from. Ball's knocked out and good defensive effort from Roach. Wasn't a huge hit, but well timed. And bobbled the ball free.
I like that combination with Roach and Toole in the centre wing position for this Australian team. He straightened up, he had good shape about him. And once the attacker decided to take his line, he came around and effected that tackle and actually whacked the ball out of the attacker's hands. So that's good technique from the centre.
Dietrich Roach came out to New Zealand last year prior to the Olympics, the Trans-Tasman Series. His first appearance was very impressive. And here's a change attack here from the Australian. Open spaces for Toole. The bounce sits up perfectly. The kick through from Josh Turner and the bounce into the bread basket of Toole. He goes bang, bang, and so do the Aussies.
Yeah, well, a lot of teams are using the kick now offensively because a lot of teams don't employ a sweeper. You see there, they're coming up. No one's in behind, so if you can get that kick deep enough, he's flying. The defence can't have time to turn and chase. That is just good tactics and good effect on the kick there from Australia. Love the execution.
Why are we seeing that so much more? The lack of the sweeper, and teams are now being able to expose it.
Well, I think last year on the series, that was the trend, wasn't it? Make it harder for teams. So I didn't want to kick the ball away. They used to go side to side to side and really run teams into the ground. So no one employed a sweeper, whereas now I think they're using the tactic. That's the new evolution of it. Teams have gone away and thought about it. And actually, Rick, it happened at the Olympics where Fiji used it against New Zealand so effectively, and a lot of teams have seen that.
14-0. And Tool goes one ahead on the season scoring list.
Advantage.
3 times they've gone that way, Australia, from the restart. 3 times they've ended up with ball back in hand and then they throw it away.
Coming back for the knock-on.
It was a knock-on. It felt like a longer advantage.
Oh, yeah. And that's the thing. In sevens, everything's so quick. The advantages are so quick. The movement is so quick.
La marca.
Didn't go the Spanish way this time. They just can't seem to get any ball whatsoever. Spain at the moment.
Bind. Set.
Gonzalez will beat the scrum.
Don't touch him.
25 metres out from the Spanish line. Big ball wide back to halfway for Roach. And then the wraparound Gonzalez for Turner. Just loses his footing and then has to get rid of his own teammate as well. With a little bit of a scramble from Australia, but they'll just reset. Hutchison buries the head and goes forward straight up the middle, but held on too long. Good defence from Spain. Spain try and get on with things. Nico Nieto with the tap for Ramos. Look to get the arms free.
Ball's in!
Held on to the pass though. And so Romero clears. Bolenches. Trouble here. Australia and over that. Yeah, good work again. At that breakdown area, Spain just can't get any pace into their game, any momentum at all. And Australia again through Roach is going to try and take them on around the outside, backing his pace, is caught well by Davoy Baravi. Support back in field from Hutchison, and Tool goes in and plays halfback. Australia now spread all the way to the other side of the field. Turner, that's play on, says the referee. Malouf hits it at pace. It opened up, a lot of space. Ball back in field goes to Turner, and he'll go in under the posts to make the conversion much easier. The original pass might have been flat, but the try's on the board, and Josh Turner scores.
Yeah, I thought it could have just gone through their hands anyway, but here's the pass. Make your mind up for yourself there. The assistant referee's right in line with it. Nick Malouf down that far side of the field. He's been good, the skipper. Passes it in, make it easier for the conversion for Turner.
Makes it nice and easy for Dietrich Roach. Australia power forward, really good first half from them, 21 points to 0, and have not allowed Spain even the slightest sniff. James Stannard, the assistant coach, barking a few orders as he heads off the field. Roach again, 4th time's a charm, is it? Yep, absolutely. Australia bat it back, and they get a penalty out it too. Well, if it keeps working for you, keep trying it, and that's exactly what Australia have done. This time it does come unstuck though, Roach in one hand.
Advantage.
And Spain have picked up this loose ball. They've got the advantage. We'll try and get downfield. The halftime hooter has gone. Spain will keep playing though through Tobias St. Shapaga. Gets rid of one Australian defender, looks to take on a couple more. Oh, Malouf gave him a little bit of room. He got turned inside out. Malouf comes back at him. Great tackle by the Aussie skipper. Well, he gave him a little bit of a head start to Nick Malouf, but came back so well. He's such a valuable asset in this Australian team, and they go to the break. 21 points to 0 up over Spain.
Breath on me. 3, 2, 1.
Another level. Please welcome Vancouver Rugby having to do. All right, the challenge now is replicate that. All right, another good 7 minutes. Clinical footy. All right, when we held the ball, we recycled. There was 2 turnovers. All right, one from lack of reaction in the attack seal, okay, and one from a careless pass. Okay, let's minimise the turnovers. All right, capitalise that time with the ball. All right, stay patient indeed. All right, make your tackles. You'll get an opportunity to pilfer. It's there as long as we make the tackle. All right, I really want you to amp it here. I don't want to sit and wait and watch. I want to score next, and then next, and then next. Yep. We got it? All right, won't change. Teachers having a rest. Timmy's coming on.
Yep. What Chucky spoke about, either side of the half, okay? Big start here. Aussie on 3. 1, 2, 3. Aussie!
Australia 21 points to 0 over Spain as the afternoon session is in full noise at BC Place, day 1 of the HSBC Sevens in Vancouver. The Australian huddle, well, they've been good for it really. Carlton Unner alongside me, Ricky Swanell for this one. Corey Toole up to leading try scorer now, but they really didn't allow Spain anything in that first half.
Yeah, and their coach John Minetti said that at half-time. I was really pleased with the first 7 minutes, but the second 7 he wants his team to be clinical once again and score. The importance of scoring first and then jumping on another one after that. Don't give Spain any opportunity to get back into this game because it'll be a very long day at the office if they do.
Restart is off and it's brought down by Australia and Henry Hutchison. Sitting on 99 tries, Henry Hutchison.
Yeah, Henry Hutchison's role's really changed as he's gone through his Sevens career. He started on the wing, now he's getting closer to the ball. He's going to probably be first or second receiver off this tap.
There's the man that we were talking about, jersey 1. Toole, Australia, intricate move. Tim Clements on in 5. There's Hutchison, as we were saying. Nice and patient from the Aussie men. This team is really growing. Ball back in field for Toole, wrapped up by the Spanish defence, but now they pile on through Lawson, Nathan Lawson. Well, he's powerful and he's strong and striding out. Nathan Lawson, super skillful, super start to the second half for Australia.
And what I'm liking, and that's a prime example of it, that try, is the way they position themselves to receive the ball, the Aussie support players. There's one. And O'Toole, there's another one by the number 9 and try scorer Nathan Lawson. But just coming in right in behind the ball player, so they're able to affect that offload. It's so tough to defend when you've got a broken line such as Spain did there.
Didn't play in Singapore last week. Nathan Lawson comes in this week for Stu Dunbar. Makes an instant impact. As Australia go 28-0 up, matters only get worse for Spain as Maurice Longbottom comes onto the field. And again, Malouf is the target. Again, Malouf gets up higher than everybody else and bats it back into Australian arms. That's Isley. Fresh legs on the field for John Menendi's team. Malouf. Hutchison. Just holds up the pass ever so slightly. Oh, broken field play, and that's where Longbottom's dangerous with those fast feet. Driving forward. Good strength from Gonzalez. Longbottom. Across they go for Isley. Strong back rower in 15s rugby, and bringing that power and explosiveness to the Sevens game. Now a little grubber kick through for Gonzalez to chase. Knocked back by the Spanish. Is there for Gonzalez. They're all waiting around. Flicks it up, and that's 100 up. Henry Hutchison crashes over. What a way to bring it up for the Aussie vet. Henry Hutchison, the 4th Australian to 100 tries.
And his teammates know it too. They say congratulations. This is a call on the outside. Again, another try from a kick. Tim Clements that time was the one who affected it. Gonzalez was the one that called it. But it's Hutchison who gets his triple figures. Congratulations, Henry Hutchison, 100 not out.
It's a bit cruel of me to call a 25-year-old a vet, but he's been in this team a wee while now. Conversions away. Henry Hutchison Rookie of the Year back in 2016. He joins Lewis Holland, Jenkins and Peter Miller as Aussies to have scored 100 tries on the World 7 Series.
I'll be honest, I like that jersey more, that gold that they wear. Oh, so traditional. I love it.
Quite partial to the green.
Oh, you're younger though, Rick.
Again, Spain try a change of tactics. They just had no territory, have not been down here. Can the kick maybe get a little bit of pressure on? And yes, it can. And oh no, it's gone backwards. And it's play on for Darby Lancaster up the middle. Long bottom, spreading across for Patterson. And now long bottom. He's just got so much time to size up his options. It's not the tidiest from Australia, but it's effective, and that's the main thing. Lancaster almost busted through. Spain have had to make a lot of tackles in this match. Australia have been so clinical. Long bottom, down, up, goes again. Long bottom, it's like he's on fast forward. Maurice Longbottom impact off the bench once more for Australia. And they have got this on a string this afternoon, the Aussie Sevens.
Maurice Longbottom, you watch him there, he just waited for that cleaner to come through and expose the defensive line. He just fractured it when he come in and challenged. And Maurice Longbottom, he's just too smart for that. Look at him there, waiting. There's the hole. I'll take it all day long. Still had a little bit of work to do. But he loves his work, this Maurice Longbottom.
And converts his own as well. Australia, total control, total domination, 40 up, 40-0 with 90 seconds to play.
Well, there's a couple of reasons. One is the restarts. They've been absolutely outstanding there, the Australians. But look at the passes, 53 compared to 11. Spain just haven't had any ball to deal with.
This time Spain are able to bring down the restart, possibly for the first time cleanly in the match. Bolenches it was. Give some ball to work with, string some passes together, and that's a good offload too. A nice support play too from Martinez. Taking in a good tackle and a penalty too for Australia. Held on too long.
Oh, he's blowing up deluxe there, Juan Martinez, but he had no right to take that ball again. He had to release once his elbows and knees hit the deck. And that's just a frustration. He's trying to do something, create something, just haven't had any chances whatsoever this whole 13 minutes. Maurice Longwood, I like the way John Benitez just holding him back a little bit. I think tomorrow they'll see a lot more of him, but I think they're just negotiating his minutes at the moment.
It's been such an interesting coaching switch from the Australians. John Menendee coming to the men's team and Tim Walsh going back over to the Aussie women, who will see a couple of weeks in Langford. And it seems to have worked well for both teams effectively. Patterson, nice ball from the line out for Longbottom to spread away again. They're playing under advantage, and here is Longbottom, and they've manipulated this left side once more, and the bobble had to stop and wait for it. Hutchison.
Left foot.
There's the hooter goes for full time, and Longbottom will get out of here. Why not? Because they've got 38 on the board. 38 zip. Australia, very, very impressive in this Pool C matchup. Australia march on. 38 points to 0 over Spain. Now Henry Hutchison joins an elite group of Australian players in this match, bringing up 100 tries. We're seeing it a lot now. Weiss Nfungu earlier today, 100 for Fiji. Regan Ware for New Zealand last week. And here are our pool standings after second round of games on day one. Fiji at the top of Pool A, unbeaten, of course. Kenya 1-1, and the USA 1-1 as well. England yet to get on the scoreboard too. Look forward to those last games of the day. New Zealand and Samoa unbeaten so far in Pool B. Wales and Japan yet to get on the board. That'll be a beauty when New Zealand play Samoa in the early evening here. This is how Pool C shapes up. Australia go ahead of South Africa on points difference, and that's all ever important. Canada and Spain yet to get on the board. Canada oh so close though in both of their matches, causing some upsets, not to be just yet. We'll see how they go later in the day. And in Pool D, well, this is the one where it's all to play for. A winner piece for Argentina, France and Ireland. Those last matches really, really important. Right, let's go down and hear from the man of the moment. Henry Hutchison is alongside our Gareth Rees.
Yeah, Henry, congratulations. A great moment for you. You joined Miller, Holland and Jenkins in the 100 Club.
Yeah, it's a pretty good club when you add those names to the list. A lot of my tries, I'm just seagulling, but it's an honour to score 100 tries for my country. It's an honour to score 100 tries for this team that I really love playing for at the moment.
You remember the first one going all the way back?
I do, actually. You never forget. Cape Town versus Portugal. Tom Kingston, one of my good close mates now. Lovely hands. I just caught the ball and scored in the corner, but yeah, good memories.
Well, great stuff. Congrats and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
As they rocket in that BC place, there is so much more still to come with our pool games, of course, the super session as we build towards finding out our playoff picture for the rest of the weekend. Well, as the crowd get into their work, the players have a little bit of a breather too, and well, one of them has been all over it, an opportunity to get connected with last season's HSBC World 7 Series Player of the Year. Our cameras caught up with the Argentine wizard, Marcos Moneta.
To be a role model for the other kids, that would be awesome, and yeah, it would be awesome. Hello, I'm Marco Moreta, and I play for Argentina Sevens. Well, to play for Argentina, it's a lot for me. It's representing my country, and not only my country, but also my family, my friends, my club.
It gives me great pleasure to say that you have been awarded the World Rugby Men's Sevens Player of 2021. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Yeah, winning that award was I don't know. I never imagined me winning that. Behind this award, it was a great year for the team.
The Argentina team is playing very, very well. I'm very proud of the development that we have during the season. Malaga was the best tournament in the season and in the last many years. We were very close to beat South Africa in the final. We had a lot of opportunity to beat them, but we didn't believe in ourselves to beat them.
And the Bliss Box have done it again, and that's the agony for Argentina.
Well, after losing or getting the silver in Malaga, it was really tough for me. I have a kid's mentality. I hate losing. Maybe sometimes I put really high expectation or high goals. So yeah, it was a tough moment. In this year, at the beginning of the year, I employed a mental coach. I thought that it was a great tool. As you train your body, you can train your head, and he gave me stuff to read, stuff to look about in YouTube, or some tools that help me to not think about the pressure, think about the present. 20 minutes later, after losing the finals, we recap. We talked about the great tournament that we did. It was a really good tournament for the season and building up as a team. So really happy for me and the team. It's always good to be a model for the younger kids. Whenever I can help with something, not only rugby, I will help. So when you help somebody, I think that you are the one that have more happiness than the one that is receiving your information. So that I love it. Here in Vancouver, we did a good clinic, some drills with some children here in Canada in a school here. I think that I enjoyed, and I also think that the kids were really excited. A good choice for kids is to play sports. I think that the kids to be introduced a sport like rugby at this age, I don't know, 10, 11 years old, it's a good option. Here in Canada, maybe rugby is growing a lot now, so this helps a lot also to Canada ranking. To be a role inspiration model or something like that for the other kids that play rugby or do not play rugby and want to play rugby because of me or because the Argentina 7, that would be awesome, and yeah, it would be awesome.
What a start he is. The Rugby Sevens world at his feet. Marcos Moneta, the HSBC World 7 Series Men's Player of the Year, just 22 years of age, 9 tournaments. Look at the tries. He's racked them and stacked them. The first player in Argentine rugby history, the first Sevens player rather, to win their National Player of the Year. It's previously all gone to 15s players, and no one was stopping Marcos Moneta last year. And well, they haven't been stopping him here either, because this is what he's got up to today. Leading players. He came off the bench in this first match against France when it was really tight, and then, well, talk about on a string in the second. Just the space, the football skills you'd expect from any Argentinian. And then he stabbed one through himself, second little chip ahead, perfectly weighted and under the sticks. Marcos Moneta. While the crowd is getting into their work, we've sent Gareth Rees out and about too, and he's catching up with one of the Canadian women's stars. Gareth Rees is with Kiara Wardley.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ricky. We're here in the HSBC hot seat with Kiara Wardley. Kiara, how about Vancouver right now?
Oh my God, I can't even hear you right now. It's amazing. This crowd is so excited. It's so amazing to be here in Vancouver. It's such a good environment.
Yeah, we're lucky the stop is here. I know you've been with HSBC doing a lot of work with kids and doing some clinics and all sorts in the week. How's your week been so far?
Oh, it's been amazing. The rugby yesterday was such a good turnout. So many kids showed up. It's so amazing to see all the young kids coming up through grassroots. So yesterday was such an amazing day.
Good stuff. And of course, you're an Olympian. You're with our current women's national. You're coming back for competition, trying to qualify for the Women's World Cup down in the Bahamas. How excited are you to get back on the field?
So excited. It's been 9 months since I've hit the field again, so I'm really excited to get down to Bahamas with the team and just play again for the first time and just kind of get all the jitters out before Langford. So we're excited. We're super excited.
I've got to ask you about our moment. It's quite a famous moment in Canada. The TV cameras during the Olympics set up in your parents' living room, and you promptly obliged with 2 tries. Fantastic moment for everyone.
Yeah, that was so amazing. I know my mom was jumping up and down. She was hitting everyone around her. It's such an amazing moment, and I'm just very grateful to have that kind of support back home.
That's Vulcan, Alberta, where the family is. A great rugby supporters. And again, just as this weekend closes out, how important is the series for Canada and for growing the game here?
Yeah, it's super important. I mean, every stop is such an important time to even just get on the field and just play. And it's amazing to have this amazing crowd to pump you up and get you going for the game. So it's super important to have the series going again.
And we should say in 2 weeks, the series, the HSBC World Series, goes over to Langford, and you get to host the other 11 best teams in the world, the women. How's the team looking for that, and what are your expectations?
Yeah, we're super excited. We've had a really tough couple of blocks here before this tournament coming up, so we're really pumped, and to play again on home field, it's going to be amazing, and we're so excited.
Well, fantastic. Thank you very much for being here. Good luck in the Rugby World Cup qualifying, and we look forward to seeing you April 30th, May 1st in Langford.
Thank you so much.
Kiara Wardley, she gets a high five from the Hall of Famer Gareth Rees as well. One of the great young stars of Canadian rugby in the women's circuit as well. Looking forward to seeing her back in action as well. As we build towards our super session later in the day and the final round of games to come, we'll have a look back and see how some of our teams that stood out in Singapore, how have they gone so far here backing up in Vancouver. So let's start in Pool A, and Fiji, the champions in Singapore. Well, they've basically just picked up where they've left off really. Wise Nuthungu, one of their great stars, he crossed for his 100th try of the series with a big opening win. These guys, the Kiwis, were runners-up in Singapore last week, and they've been quick out of the blocks. A couple of new players in the team this week with some injuries. Great skills from the skip, Sam Dixon, and the young guns like Caleb Pangito, Moses Leo, and Leroy Carter. coming to the fore. This is the series leaders, South Africa. They've been pushed a wee bit, but when they've really needed to, their stars, their big guns have come to the fore. They were disappointed with their showing in Singapore just a week ago, but have been in good form so far here on day one in Vancouver. And then in Pool D, well, this is the most open pool certainly here at the moment. And Ireland, who were fourth in Singapore, have had a bit of an up and down kind of day. Had a win against Scotland, but it was France who ran out comfortable winners in that one. So this is how our pool tables look after 2 rounds of matches. Fiji unbeaten in Pool A so far. Who's going to go through from this group? Some important matches to come in Pool A. In Pool B, New Zealand and Samoa at the top. The Pacifica Clash will be coming up a little later today. You won't want to miss that one as well. Wales and Japan have had some battles as well against a couple of the big guns. Over in Pool C, we've seen Australia with their big win over Spain, 38 points to 0. That sees them go to the top of the group, and they are just ahead of South Africa on a points difference. Canada, man, they've been close, just haven't been able to close out a couple of their matches today. And then Pool D, which, as I said earlier, is possibly the most open. A winner piece for Argentina, France and Ireland. There was a draw straight off the bat between Argentina and France earlier in the day. So this last round of matches, Ireland-Argentina, massively important for those two teams. Speaking of, let's get back into things and back into the thick of the action while the crowd do their work. Let's get Dallin Stanford and Madison Hughes back into it as well.
Thank you very much, Ricky. A delight to be back here in Canada for this North American leg on the HSBC World Rugby 7 Series. And Madison, you've played here 5 times. What is it like playing in front of this brilliant crowd?
Oh, it's always so much fun here in Canada. I think especially for the US team, we get a lot of Americans who come up to this side of the border. So it's a lot of fun for us and for all these teams. The atmosphere is really cool. With the roof closed, it really contains the energy and you can feel the crowd going. So it's a lot of fun. We love coming here to Vancouver and they do a great job of putting on a fun tournament.
Last 5 meetings, France, I have the edge 3-2 against Scotland on this one. Scotland come in after a 15th place finish in Singapore. And then France, well, they were finished 9th, scoring a record 27 tries. Players to keep your eyes on.
I'm off the bench for Scotland. I'm intrigued to see James Johnson. He's been off the series for a while, but a really stalwart performer for them. Epée for France. He's been fantastic today. Right off the shot, has scored a try at the beginning of both games, so he's definitely one to watch out for France.
Yeah, hat-trick against Ireland. He scored Nelson Epée, the former under-20 player for the French. Scotland, can they cause an upset here? They've lost their opening games. Here they come here for their 3rd pool match on day 1. France, Les Bleus, drew to Argentina 12-all and beat Ireland 29 points to 12. So they're sitting in pole position here. And the Scottish side will need a very big performance here, coached by Kieran Beattie.
Scotland, they'll be really disappointed with how last weekend went. And obviously a lot of the players were playing for GB earlier in the season. So not having had those tournaments playing together, that's definitely going to have taken a toll. But they need to get it going at some point. And for the French, they drew that first match with Argentina, so they need to come out here, they need to win, and they need to win big.
With a whistle for this one from Uruguay, Francisco Gonzalez, 56th match on the series, one of the very experienced referees we have here at this brilliant stadium. The closed dome here in BC Place, it doesn't matter the weather outside, it's always sunny inside. France kicking off from right to left in this Pool D clash. William Iragua to that far side. Ball bounces out of the pod.
And a better kick from Grandidier there. He's struggled a little bit in those first 2 games, but that was a pinpoint kick exactly where we wanted it. Scottish pod unable to take it, and now France have this line out, and I think they're going to look to put the ball in Epé's hands early and give him a shot or a one-on-one on the outside.
Such a fun player to watch. Jonathan Logel's in the line out. 75 tournament appearances, he captures this one. Most experienced French player of all time. Does come across field. Epée is here. Nelson Epée provides a double loop. Support runners in there. Getting things going is a captain, Paul Anariba. Debuted Dubai 2017 across field. Goes Grandidier. Legel to tidy things up here for the French. He floats one on the outside. Another speedster, Jordan Seppo. Scored 23 tries already in his very short career so far. Big, strong tackle coming in. Alec Coombs providing the shoulder, and the steal is good. Hendy goes across field here for Scotland. Scotland in their lime green, ball on the outside. Ankle tap here. Harry Patterson brought to the ground. France try to come in and pinch this and do get the penalty.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Pepe taps and goes, puts the kick through. He's chasing, he's got tremendous speed. Shadowed out the way. So it stays with Scotland to clean things up here. Kalim Barretto scored against Ireland earlier in this tournament. One of the core players in this new Scottish look side. No step there, but Jacob Hendy moves it across again. Flat ball. And now we've got some speed here. McCann with a very interesting new hairstyle he's sporting this weekend. It's got to be for charity. Scotland still in the 22 they work. 0-0 in this game so far. Where will the break come? It comes through Harvey Elms, a social media influencer, gets the ball out. Barretto has open space. And Kalim Barretto for Scotland will get the opening try in this game, and they've gone all the way from their own try line to start off with a bang.
Very good try there from Scotland, and a result of their pressure that they'd built up. Harvey Elms doing a really good job. He got his hands free in behind the defender, and that's such a difficult place to defend because you've got to turn around, retreat, whereas the Scottish players are flying onto it. Barretto able to go the distance, and good early pressure from Scotland. They'll take some confidence from that. First two games haven't gone their way, but they've started off well. They can keep their heads up high now and build on this, and it starts with this next kickoff. We've seen so many struggles with teams for the kickoffs today. They've got to make sure the kickoff's up and they can get a good chase on.
Excellent finish. The extras are good as well. 7-0 Scotland lead. And Kalim Barretto played under 26 nations scrum off for Scotland in 2018. Has them on the board here. And they've played each other pretty tight over the years. This is the 49th time they faced each other. France have won 20, Scotland have won 26. And that's a look at the live pool as it stands. So restart. Goes the required 10. France absorb this one nicely. From Nelson Epe. Iraguwa. Oh, he's thrown the intercept pass, and that's been read superbly. A gift 7-pointer. And Kalim Barretto has a double for Scotland in the first half.
Barretto with 2 tries in the space of a minute, and that comes from their defence. They actually saw it earlier in this first half. They're bringing a lot of line speed when they've got their defensive line set. That time really pays off. French attacker not looking to Legel where he's passing. Barretto only too easy for him to step in front of that, take that, and score under the post. And Scotland, what a fantastic start to the game. France, they've had such a good first 2 games. It would be, unfortunately, only a little too typical of them to let it slip here, but now it's on the Scots to keep it going and the French to say that this is different. They can do it today and they can come back and regain their control.
Well, Barretto has teed it up so far. He scored all of Scottish 14 points, but they've taken too long yet again. And Madison, that really is such a bad error.
It is. I mean, it's just so unnecessary. You've got these huge clocks in the stadium. You've got the heartbeat thing going down. It's very easy to know when that clock's going to go off, and you just give the French the ball in prime attacking position where they can set up their structures exactly how they want, and it's really an unforgivable offence.
Let's see what Coach Jerome Daré's side can do. Legel cuts back in. Oh, lovely short angle. They come streaming onto this one. Great bit of work from Ravage. Oh, it's gone the other way to Jacob Henry. Legel comes flying in. On Henry, it stays with the Scottish side. Patterson was involved there too. Elms floats it across field to Coombs, looking to get through. Alec Coombs grew up playing in Hong Kong, gives away a penalty. So stay with the French side to close out this first half. They need to get on the board here. Iraguwa, lovely little loop around play. Legel, Jean-Denis Legel takes 2 players on inside the 22. Rug form, Jordan Seppo. He's got great feet, has Seppo, but there's 3 players on him. Iraguwa flicks one over the top. There's another dangerous ball. There's a lot of French players queuing up on the outside and no invitation needed for Nelson Epe. He gets them on the board in this game.
Epe doing what he does best, got it going backwards in not much space, but has the acceleration and the speed to score on the edge. And he's been their key man today and has given the French exactly what they needed. They seem to be queuing up, had so many numbers, so much space, just saying, okay, Epe, you're the one who's going to finish this one off. The French, they had that fantastic break from the initial tap, but just throwing a loose offload, not what they needed, but get the turnover and able to score again through Epe.
Well, great footage as well, sliding on this ground here at BC Place. And the flags go up as well, 14 points to 7, well, with little possession. Nelson Epe has put them up, tournament tries so far, 5, he's scorching ahead here. Scored 3 against Ireland. Fantastic find is Nelson Epe, the 21-year-old. 30 seconds to go in the first half. It's a great lift on Barreto for the Scottish side. France coming to counter and in from the side, so they'll get the penalty. Tap and go with Ryan Rabage. To the right they work. It'll go, wow, he's had and given the pass away beautifully to Sefa, a player outside of him. Jordan Sefa now gets the loop. Reaver is there, linking really well. Nice little tackle to stop the momentum there, and then holding on is the call.
Keep going, keep going.
For Scotland.
Play on.
Looking to catch France, unawares. Final few moments here with the whistle sounding. Patterson flicks in, Iragoa is there. Jordan Sefo now, joint top scorer in Sevilla earlier this year. Can't get through.
Release.
Tackled by McCann.
No clear release.
Legel will take his time here.
No clear release.
Both teams handing possession back and forth with time up on the clock. The French doing well, slowing down now, which I think is what they needed at the end of a long half, starting to get the heart rate high. Don't have an immediate opportunity. Let's slow it down and see if we can set something up.
Can they strike yet again? Rabage behind the back to Iragoa. They've used that play a lot today. Epe popping up on this side now. On the left, he cuts back in, throws a little dummy, and then swallowed up on this side. Paddy Kelly is in. Legel. No sweeper back, so 7 against 7. A lot harder to break through. Rabage does really well on the outside. Oh, what a pass over the top as well. Sefo's there. There he is. Jordan Sefo for France score their second try, and it is fantastic from the French.
Sefo been such a stalwart for the French this season. Quieter today, but able to get the try there. And after all that early Scottish dominance, the French were looking under the pump. They've been able to come back and have the opportunity to tie it up going into the half.
And response that was needed from the French side. And Jordan Sefo delivered, the 22-year-old. This to lock things up at the break. And they do just that. It's the halftime whistle. It's 14 apiece here in this pool clash between France and Scotland. As you mentioned, Maddie, just the dominance from Scotland early on to go 14. It's a game of momentum, isn't it?
It is. And it can seem really obvious. If you're able to keep doing good things are going to continue to happen. But small moments cause you to either gain or lose momentum. Kickoffs are such an important aspect of that. When you score, if you can retain your kickoff again, you can just keep that snowball building and building and building. And the opposition could be left wondering, how do we get back into this game? We can't get the ball, and the other team keeps scoring.
Pool D, other sides in this one as well. Ireland against Argentina up after this one as well, and that's Argentina warming up here, coached by Santiago Gomez, Core, Gaston Raval. He really has been magic, and Madison, you played against Gaston. What a player.
I mean, he is. He controls the game so well, but he just gets stuck in and throws himself around. I'm not sure I've seen anyone on the series who's been on the receiving end of so many bumps, but he just gets back up, keeps going, and really sets the tone for that Argentina team.
So that game coming up just over 10 minutes, and Jordan Conroy is the other one for the Irish side. The HSBC Canada Sevens in Vancouver, the 8th edition of this glorious event here at BC Place. Jordan Conroy dancing with the stars. Now he'll be dancing there on the big stage yet again. Second half to go between this tightly contested game between Scotland on the right and France on the left. It's 14 apiece. here in Pool B. Scotland, who have dropped the first 2 games. France tied Argentina, and they beat Ireland 29 points to 12. They sit atop the pool.
Play on.
Knocked back nicely here from Paddy Kelly. Does really well to Harvey Elms. Ross McCann down to the short side. Barretto's with him. McCann ducks his head down and goes up the middle. McCann takes the direct route. It works for him into the 22. Runners are plenty. Oh no! That's one of the biggest hits you'll see. Gonzalez has gone down the referee, but he's popped himself back up. Probably one of the biggest tackles he's taken in his life.
We're going back.
What a fantastic line, but the referee didn't spot the gap either. That's not what you sign up for when you grab the whistle, I don't think.
Oh, that shoulder. That could be yellow card on the referee.
Yeah, no wrap there, I don't think.
Oh, that's so great. He just bounced up straight away. Shame, just getting in the wrong place there. Kelly can fly in. Nothing Kelly could do either.
No, I don't think so. He saw the gap, hit a hard line, and just, unfortunate confluence there. But Scotland getting the put into this scrum, have the opportunity to go again and get on the attack.
Well, Francisco Gonzalez is good. The Uruguayan referee's up on his feet, so they maintain position because our official got in the way. Jordan Edmonds is here. The big frame of Edmonds picks it up, takes it in towards the forwards. Paddy Kelly's with him there as James Johnston off the bench. Dummies, and then goes the open side. Barretto scored 2 already. Couple of little steps from him. Legel and Dua are good there in the tackle. Henry Patterson to recycle possession. Kelly floats one up. Almost a little bit of a hospital ball there to Harvey Elms, but they'll come back to the early infraction.
Number 4. High. Yep. In goal. Scrum. Scrum goal.
Yeah, Scotland choosing the scrum here in the middle of the field. Seemed to be some debate going on there on what should we do here. Could have gone quickly if they'd got to the mark a bit sooner maybe. But choosing the scrum. That ties in so many of these defenders, and Scotland will be able to, looks like they're stacking 2 behind the scrum. It's going to be easy. Oh, and they're putting in from the...
Crouch!
They're putting in from the other side, so they're choosing to do that. And France have had to put a defender on their left side.
Fine.
So a lot of space here to the left with the scrum half wrapping around maybe.
Set.
So let's see the left. Hold on. Footed hook from Scotland. So the table there on the left-hand side. See how tight it is over there. Pull the France, of course, and then Ireland here if they're able to. Come in this next game, we'll see how they go. Come up very close to the line there. Colleen Barretto.
Advantage offside.
Scotland. Advantage here. Getting the flick ball. Rolling. Not quite there. That one might be there. We're going to have a check to see if the big frame of Jordan Edmonds has scored.
Wait. You got something you want to check? Just check, yeah? Team will check. Try yes or no, please.
We will check that
Looked to me like that second grounding was good, but they're going to look it upstairs. Touch judge is right there, so...
Wait. We're checking.
We have a decision for you.
Yeah.
When you're on screen, you can award the try.
I can award a try. Thank you.
So try scored by Jordan Edmonds for Scotland, and they take back the lead.
Good finish there from Scotland. Yeah, so on the first one, the French defender is almost trying to wrestle him over to hold him up, but the ball does come back, and then once it's back, the French attacker able to ground it, and Scottish attacker able to ground it and put them back ahead.
Lovely little ball over the top there from Harry Patterson as well, and Edmonds gets in. Foss Rock, Super 6 player, with the Boroughmuir Bears as well. So Scotland looking to try work their way up here. Knocked down. The restart's so important. Elms had it, but unlucky gone forward for him.
Did the first couple of jobs so well. The kick was fantastic. Won the height battle here, gets his hand up, slaps it back in the direction of a teammate, but just unable to gather. So good early work from the Scots, but it was just an awkward bounce through his legs. The slightest of forward touches. Gives France the ball now. 3 minutes left in this game. They've got possession. Now's the time for them to strike and get back into a winning position.
Come off. I'm not hearing you.
So win would qualify them for the quarter-final, the French side. They're tied with Argentina 12 all. They beat Ireland 29 points to 12.
Crouch.
So, coming from behind you with 3 to go. France finished 9th in Singapore last week, 6th overall in the series. Can be such a quality outfit. Grandidier on the outside. Aaron Grandidier can't get away from the attention. Ouya picks up the middle. Nissi Ouya, stretching the legs, and that's what fresh legs will do. Never mind the 15-hour flight from Singapore and 15-hour time zone change. These players are built for success.
Ouya showing a great turn of pace. We haven't seen that from him today, but small gap around the breakdown. Scottish defence will be disappointed. Looks like Barretto and one of the other Scottish defenders just slid over to the right. 2 defenders covering the same gap. And then Ouya able to exploit that and go the length, stretch his legs. And once he opened up, he looks pretty quick. The French have got quite a few players here with that great turn of pace, good acceleration. And that's a good omen for them going forward.
It's a gift to have that in your side. And they now take back the lead, 21 points to 19. A quarter-final line up for grabs here for them. If they can keep it like this, there we go. They'll top the pool. Will the French side? Well, they finished 4th in Dubai in the second round, 5th in Malaga, into the top 8 there, and they were 7th in Sevilla as well. Scotland have this one. 90 seconds left on the clock. Early wide ball to the big frame of Jordan Edmonds, debuted in Malaga earlier this year. Low one to take. They whip it down nicely. There's Reece Cullen. He's come off the bench. What sort of impact can they have here? Kieran Beattie, their coach. A lot of new Scottish players in the side, in midfield. Oh, lovely little break. Up they go. James Johnstone. But France come in. Once you get that separation, they're able to get hands on the pill.
Good penalty from France, and points are important for them. If I was in their shoes, they might be tired, but you've got to go and you've got to try and score some points. They're right now level on points difference with Argentina. So an Argentina win would see them top the pool. The French need to get more on the board.
Jonathan Legel. They read that to the Scottish. Paddy Kelly came flying up. Still here though for Rubage. To that far side, to the try scorer, Ouya, looking for a loop around. Patterson is there. It's around the neck, dangerous.
Over the shoulder. What are you doing? What are you doing?
French looking content right now to get the win in this one, slow it down, take the win, which would seal their place in the quarterfinal. But wouldn't be enough to top the pool, assuming Argentina are able to win later, which against a tough Ireland team can't be assumed easily.
Time off. Stops. Time off.
So fresh legs coming on for both sides. Stop doing that, he says. 21-19, France. Final moment of the game.
Completed.
Going into the quarterfinals.
Okay. Time mark on.
If they can keep it like this. Legel to the front. Oh, lovely skills. France up the 22. And they'll put this one out. Guarantee themselves a spot in the Cup quarterfinals tomorrow here at BC Place. They've done enough to defeat a brave Scottish side by a score of 21 points to 19. So this pool, pretty tense as you can imagine here. And here's a look at how it sits there. France at the moment at the top. Argentina have to play Ireland next, we mentioned, so that'll be a very interesting one as well. The Irish were very much on form last week, as were the Las Pumas Sevens. So our next one coming right now is the Irish taking on against Argentina. They've played 12 times. Ireland have won twice. Argentina have won 10 times. And Argentina won the last time they met. It was in the bronze final in Sevilla. They won 12 points to 5. Here's a look at the sides, Madison Hughes.
Yeah, for Argentina, you got Marcus Menet on the bench, so up to some of the others. Luciano Gonzalez has had lots of great moments this weekend. Terry Kennedy for the Irish. He's in the middle of their outside attack. without Jordan Conroy. Jordan Conroy's there too. So the Kennedy-Conroy axis, so important for them. It's where they get so much of their momentum and so many of their opportunities.
Here come the captains right now. Argentina, Las Pumas. They beat the USA 42 points to 24 in the 5th place playoff in Singapore. Harry McNulty leads out the Irish side here so far this weekend. That 19-12 win against Scotland. They lost to France 29 points to 12. They need a big match in this game here, coached by James Topping. And Santiago Gomez-Cora leading the charge here for Argentina in the coaching ranks. They tied France 12-all. They beat Scotland 24 points to 5. They are 3rd on the series. Finished 5th in Singapore last week.
Sounds good, thank you.
The whistle for this one is Ruben Keane from Australia. 10th match on the series. Some new faces in the playing ranks and in the officiating ranks as well. BC Place with 20,000 strong here for this epic day one of the Canada Sevens. Argentina kicking off from right to left in this Pool D clash, the final one for these two sides. Argentina looking strong for a quarter-final berth, but will Ireland have other things to say about that? Kennedy goes up high to receive this. Oh, the great Terry Kennedy ripping around like his father did, who had 13 caps to the Irish side. Harry McNulty on that far side gets the bump. Great to see McNulty back in. He was the personal driver for Greg O'Shea before he was famous.
Offside, number 7.
So yeah, both teams feeling each other out in the early going. Ireland get the penalty, choose to kick for the line out. And now look at this. I think they're going to get the ball in Terry Kennedy's hands. He likes to go on a little outside break, in and away, and then play with Jordan Conroy, depending on what the defenders do.
So that's where the penalty crept in. They go up here. Nice take from Tamawanasi. Crossfield for Kennedy. The magic feet of Terry Kennedy. They've got a Roach looping around. Comes to crossfield. Goes Mark Roach, the aspiring jockey. It's another penalty.
2's got to roll.
Again, it'll be interesting to see if they choose the same tactic. Had a double loop play, didn't get too much off it. It didn't look like Kennedy really engaged the Argentinian defenders, so the inside wraps they were able to just slide off of. But again, choosing to go for the line-out, just kind of chipping away. They started inside their own 10, now they're just outside the Argentinian 22, and gives them the chance to, again, they can feel their way into this game. They don't have to go for it all right in the early going.
Argentina committing some offences here, giving possession to this Irish side that can be very dangerous. Whipped away from Hugo Lennox. Kennedy takes the outside gap. Oh, throws her over the top. Jordan Conroy couldn't get there, and Las Pumas Sevens have possession finally. Tobias Wade, the 22-year-old, and only his 2nd event for Argentina. Ball out of the top, Joaquin de la Vega, one of the brothers in the side. Herman Schiltz, long-time servant. Santiago Berefelt, in fact.
Is it not fine? Yeah. No, it's fine. It's gone backwards. Blue ball.
Irish mistake gives Argentina the ball, but not really able to make too much off it. Move the ball across the field, and now be an Irish throw into this lineup. So that Kennedy created a chance. If he could have got the ball in Conroy's hands, Conroy might have been away, but not able to do so.
Roach, again, they go wide to early ball to Terry Kennedy. What can he do? Oh, I like the little move that. Lennox on the outside to Jordan Conroy. Conroy has 3 Argentine jerseys in front of him, and he's dumped to the ground. Mark Roach to reset things. Andrew Smith throws a dummy, gets to the first one, almost getting it away. Awanusi was there. Penalty for Ireland yet again, 3 in a row.
And the Irish captain might just want to have a word with the referee, saying, hey, there have been a few repeated infringements here. Just keep an eye on that one. And again, chance to go for the line out, set up a play. They've had that double wrap a couple times now. Got the ball in Kennedy's hands each time, really. So he's the pivot. He's the one they're playing off and allowing him to read the defence and see where they want to go.
There.
Ireland, 4th place finish in Sevilla, 4th in Singapore as well. They're a side that are moving up
in
the
air,
charts
advantage.
in this World Rugby side.
Advantage
Lennox
over.
again to Terry Kennedy. Kennedy stutters and goes on the outside, gets Conroy with him. Oh, it's classic from the Irish speedsters. And Jordan Conroy, the Flash, gets the first try.
Kennedy doing a great job. He's so good at that. He goes on that little outside arc and gets in between the center and the wing in the defense. The defensive wing is looking in like, do you have him? Do I need to get him? As soon as he actually makes that body weighting towards Kennedy, Kennedy feeds Conroy, and Conroy's in the corner.
Virtually impossible to stop. Named to the HSBC Dream Team for the 2020 series is Jordan Conroy. Conversion from Roach. Flags go up. It's 7-0. So as it stands right now, there's what the pool will look like. France and Ireland and Argentina will miss out. That's why we love this game of sevens. You're never done. Argentina now. Chance for them to rip it wide. Roman Schultz, 28-year-old. 49 events he's played for Las Pumas Sevens. Santiago Berafelt across field. A little step there. Lautaro Bazan Velez. Good to see him back in an Argentine. Joyce Pietenball plays and thrown a no-looker. Down the short side. Herman Schultz gets the fan going. Schultz has support with him. He won't even go back on the inside because Herman Schultz has bulldozed his way over for a score.
Come on, boys. Time off.
Wow, great chase there from the Irish defence, but just unable to stop him from putting it down. Did look like he was able to touch the ball down despite the pressure from the Irish defender. Yeah, so I think he's got the ground in there. It's a great fight back from Argentina. They concede the try, immediately get back on the front foot, make it happen, slide through and get the try.
Thank you.
Try awarded. Roman Schultz, 76 tries to his name, and he equals Diego Palmer's record of 76, tied fourth now all time for most tries for Argentina.
Herman Schultz been around for so long, such a grafter. They've got those flash players out wide. Herman Schultz, he scores the tries as well, but he does a lot of the hard yards, a lot of the hard collisions for this Argentina team.
And Basan Velez, brilliant setup for him indeed. Argentina back in this game. Struggled early on, giving away penalties, and the conversion from out wide is successful, 7 apiece.
We've seen a lot of not great kicking today, but that's an example of a fantastic kick there from Argentina.
What you expected from the soccer-mad country of Argentina. A lift here on Hugo Lennox.
No, it's not yet.
At the Tokyo 2020 Olympics.
Tackle, roll now!
Now he's on the ground for a tackle.
I gave you a chance.
Slow things down again. They prefer to go the line up.
Tackle.
So I think Schultz felt that the Ireland had committed 2 attackers to the ball, but the second Irish attacker either didn't commit at all, as the ref would say, or was able to disengage quickly enough where he wasn't spotted. And so when that goes to ground, he has to release as the tackler, not able to do that. And so it's an Irish penalty, and that penalty count starting to add up for Argentina. And again, if I was on that Ireland team, if I was the Irish captain maybe, be having a little word in the ref's ear, just saying, hey, can we watch that penalty count? It's starting to add up.
Yeah, it kills your momentum as well. Kennedy this time looks to cut back towards his forwards, and he comes down to find Andrew Smith.
Leave it.
Now, Awanusi. Good carry from Awanusi, studying political science at Trinity Western University, where he plays some outstanding rugby. Penalty goes the other way. Basan Velez, here he comes down the short side, using the fancy footwork. Perhaps he should be on Dancing with the Stars.
That's fine.
Jordan Conroy has lit it up on that stage, and it's a steal. Brilliant bit of work here. Harry McNulty getting involved as well. Mark Roach. He's got Conroy on the outside, and Kennedy with a loop. Terry Kennedy finds Jordan Conroy back on the inside. Dazzling footwork. It stays with Ireland. 7 apiece. Can they break it here? Awanusi. He attacks the line. Argentina getting great body height here. It was the extra roll, and Felipe Galmestre getting in.
Yeah, just interfering, stopping that from being able to be played quickly, and a couple of guys going down. I think it's been a long half at the end of a day, a long day of rugby for both teams. So both teams happy to say, hey, sir, can we just take a 30 seconds before we get this going again?
Well, Madison is tiring enough playing with 7. What's it like with 6?
It's a lot worse. I think, depending on the offence, like sometimes you're looking over at that guy sitting on the chair, like getting his breath back, and you're like, you.
Scrum
This is your
option.
fault. But
Green.
it's really often
Scrum
later
option.
in the game where it comes back to haunt you. Most teams, I mean, these guys are so fit, they've worked so hard. They were able to cover for this
Scrum,
2 minutes.
green.
They were able to push through that pain. But as you get towards the end of that second half, that extra energy you've had to expend, it can come back to cost you. So we might not see it here. Ireland, these guys are really fit. They're going to be able to cover it. But
Wait for
later
my
in the
call,
game,
okay?
the extra energy they have to expend now could be really important.
Crouch.
All right, let's see
Time's
how they
back
go.
on.
7 apiece, 30 seconds on the clock.
Bind.
Natara Vasan-Velez debuted in Dubai in 2016.
Set.
He's fancy footwork with one defender less. Argentina go across field. Wade in midfield. A good strong Luciano Gonzalez. He's outstanding, Gonzalez. Oh, he's one of Argentine's best players. Conroy eventually comes back to get him. All the way to the 22 for Los
Bang it,
Pumas
hands,
7.
hands,
Del Mestre
Number 10.
with advantage. Short ball. Schultz.
Advantage over.
Herman Schultz in the gap. Schultz for the line. He's got a double for Argentina, and they make you pay.
Schultz with the double, and yeah, getting on the end of everything for Argentina right now, doing the hard work and then getting in the corner. And great play from Argentina, and they didn't really have to work too hard for that one. Broke through pretty easily with a couple fends, went through one more phase, and Schultz was able to score. And a good end to the half for Argentina, especially how with the early going went.
The extras from Tobias Wade will go over as well. Argentina come back here at the half-time to lead 14 points to 7 against Ireland. Argentina using advantage with an extra player really well. Santiago Gomez-Cora here with some precious words for his side.
Fantastic for Argentina to score really quickly on that yellow card. I think in a lot of in a dream yellow card situation, you want to score 2 tries. They've done that, they've got that first one, and they've left themselves plenty of time at the beginning of the second half to get the second.
So coming up later, the blockbuster 2 hours, the Super Session. Features the last 4 games here, and there's some cliffhangers to decide these pools. Kicks off just over an hour. Kenya, England, Fiji, USA, Spain against the home side Canada. They've been so well supported, and we'll finish with Australia against South Africa, the Blitzbox.
Some absolute cracking games coming up there, and those Saturday night fixtures, they're always so exciting. That's when the crowd really gets going, and it's a lot of fun to play in.
Well, I hate to be cheesy, but they're going absolutely bananas here at BC Place. It is 20,000 strong that have returned here to watch the 8th annual event here at BC Place, and what a delight to be in this closed dome stadium.
You hate to be cheesy, Dal. You sure about that one?
Ireland, the Argentina, 14 points to 7. Las Pumas, 7's on the left of your screen, lead against the Irish side here. All to play for in this Pool D decider.
Leave it.
Las Pumas down towards the short side. They go Joaquin de la Vega, 23-year-old. His older brother Tomas played 12 tests for Argentina. Felipe in the squad here as well this weekend. Del Mestre takes him up. Herman Schultz has scored 2 tries so far in this game. Here's the difference between the 2 sides. Argentina with Vasan-Velez. Cuts back into Kennedy. Captain Billy Dardis has him. And De La Vega now goes high to Schultz. Oh, he's ripped out of this tackle. Beautiful ball. Oh, the money ball to the money man, Marcus Manetta. First touch as he comes off the bench. It's a 7-pointer.
What a man to bring off the bench for Argentina. Hasn't been on. It's been on less than a minute, and he's got his first try. Anyone would love that points to minute ratio there. Marcus Manetta, absolutely electric. Schultz again at the heart of everything. Finds the gap, finds the man who you want to find when there's a disorganized defense.
Wow, that is scintillating to watch for Marcus Manetta. World Sevens Player of the Year in 2021. So this kick over, 21 points to 7. Don't forget, in this pool, the crossover with Pool A, Marcus Manetta, well, he received the Olimpia de Plata Award as the best player in Argentina, beating our Los Pumas captain Julian Montoya and Marcus Kremer, the first Sevens player to get that award. Brilliant stuff from the young gun, just 22 years of age, doing all sorts of stunning things here on the series. Kennedy finds Conroy. Conroy flips it back in the field of play. He's been kicked ahead here. Ball bobbling on the ground and finally knocked back here towards the Argentine side. There it is.
Advantage over.
With Felipe Del Mestre now. Bronze medalist from the Olympic Games in 2020. Luciano Gonzalez, he is a cracker to watch. Gonzalez, power in those legs over the halfway line.
That's off a foot, play on.
Don't forget, the team that finishes second in this pool will face Fiji. And it's not a task you want to put yourself on day two. Basan Velez kicks to Manetta. Marcus Manetta, he kicks ahead himself. He's got tremendous speed, but the ball will win the race.
Argentina again looking for that kick in behind to Manetta, and it's a deadly weapon. I think Jordan Conroy flying across the field put enough pressure on Manetta just to stop him from getting that right. This is Luciano Gonzalez. He is just such a strong ball carrier. Not particularly tall or particularly big, but he just is so hard to bring down. He's always fighting, always driving his legs. And yeah, always one who, when you see him running up at you, you're like, uh-oh, here comes a big contact.
So, fresh legs coming in as well. In here is Matt McDonald, second event for him. So as it stands here with the score currently, Argentina versus France then will go through and play Fiji. It's all about avoiding the gold medalists from last week.
Yeah, you always want to give yourself as good of a quarterfinal matchup as you can. So Lil White was curious that France were happy at the end of that game, but I guess just happy to make the quarterfinals. Argentina stumbling early in this one, but now getting back into it and starting to put on the performance that they needed.
Okay, time's on
Fiji,
now.
of course, not to play the USA, so anything can happen in that game as well. Might be Madison used to get the boots back on after Perry Baker got hurt. He's okay at least, but won't take part in the rest of this tournament. Ireland, free kick for them. They tap and go, down by 2 converted tries.
Thank you.
Lennox on the outside to Terry Kennedy to look at spark some magic to Jordan Conroy. Dancing with the stars, he hasn't yet again. Conroy will go in the corner. They force him in there, and he gets the second score for Ireland.
Conroy with the long try, and that's a tough matchup for Franco Sabato. I think Moroni versus Conroy might be one to watch, but Conroy versus Sabato was a tough matchup, and Conroy able to go the length, but he does force him into the corner. And with Argentina having made all their conversions, that could prove to be the difference.
Jordan Conroy, the leading try scorer of all time for this Irish side. Man known as the Flash puts it in the corner. He's got 2 in this game. It'll stay 21 points to 12, 3 to play.
Yeah, so the experience of Franco Sabato knowing, okay, I can't stop him, but I'm going to make sure he can only score in the corner. And now Argentina is still up by 9 points.
Billy Dardis, the captain. The restarts, can they pinch this? Harry McNulty tries to get it on to that one. Basan Velez, open space for Basan Velez. Oh, the little magician puts his head down. And he waves the wand into the corner. That is something special for the Los Puma flyer.
The seas parting in front of Basan Velez there. He gets the ball. Looks like he's running into a crowd of people and emerges the other end as, gets a little escort through there, I think. But able to go through and immediately putting Argentina back on the score sheet and arresting any momentum that the Irish had built up. Love the little point and dive there. Don't know, do you think he's pointing to anyone in particular or just having a little bit of celebration?
He's pointing to the camera right there. He knows where it is. He's a wise old owl. Is Basan Velez. Lautaro back into the side. Had a few niggling injuries earlier in the series. Back to his best. 26 points to 12. Under 2 to play. And Los Pumas Sevens looking to clinch another quarter-final position here. Bronze in Dubai, 1. Bronze Dubai, 2. Silver in Malaga. Bronze again in Sevilla. 5th last week in Singapore. Down the middle they go. Argentina ahead here if it stays like this over France, but both two will go into cup quarters for day 2. Oh, up the middle they go. Lennox with a lovely ball inside to Terry Kennedy. Kennedy sets off on a run. Terry Kennedy scores underneath the sticks. They've got to go quickly.
Yeah, great break from Kennedy. It came from the earlier one. Hugo Lennox breaking through the line really well and then just slowing down, knowing Kennedy was flying. And yeah, Kennedy's hard to catch in full flight there.
Well, between Conroy and Kennedy, those two players scoring well over 100 tries for their country. So 26 points to 19. 40 seconds to go. Can Ireland tie this one up? That will send our numbers crunching here in the pool standings. Jack Kelly, first club he played at was Old Belvedere RFC. To the right for Ireland. Look, his step back in is Shay Mullins, the Bristol Bears Academy player. Dardis. They come to Harry McNulty. Brother Sean played for Ireland under 20, now the LA Giltinis. Ball's been pinched and advantage here for Del Mestre up the field. Almost ankle tap. Felipe Del Mestre, basketball top, pass over the top. It's there for Franco Sabato. And Argentina have possession here with Gaston Raval going over the top to Joaquin De La Vega. Raval can kick this one out. Or they'll keep it in hand here. Rodrigo Izgro. Now finally they do punch this one into the stands. And Los Pumas Sevens finish off this game, and they do enough in the end to win 26 points to 19 against Ireland to the Cup quarterfinals. All right, let's flick across and see what the pool table looks like here. So Argentina, though, full value for that victory in the end. Strong performance after Erling suffer a point. So Pool D, you see there, 26-19 that one. They lead over their 8 points, and France second there as well on 8 as well. Okay, flicking back to Pool B, and with it are the legendary Go of Threesome, Carlton Arno.
Thank you, Dallin. Wonderful action so far. This one is the Pool B. Survivors don't have a win to show for today's action, but this is vitally important for them as they battle on the series standings. Wales in their traditional red, Japan coming out in blue. As you mentioned, Wales losing heavily to New Zealand and Samoa, and the Japanese as well. Nakagawa will skip her the side with Ishii. She got a try earlier on today. And Ryota Kano back in the side after a break in Singapore last week. On the Welsh side, Janowski in there. And a man to watch. Anyone that saw the highlights from last week, Ewan Tibbs-Jones was outstanding, and he can open up a defense. Tal Chowdhury is the referee, the Canadian boy on home soil. His 14th match in charge on the World Series. Carl, should be interesting.
Well, both of these teams have had opportunities and have scored some nice tries when they've been able to control the ball. So kickoff has been a real thing for me. The restart, in particular the Welsh team, they really need to nail those.
There's not many better at the restart than Luke Traherne. Vastly experienced Welshman, also part of the Great Britain outfit as they went to the Olympics. Carl, you called it there. They tapped it back, but just couldn't get their hands on it. They are going to get the scrum.
Yeah, it's a real feature of their play. And you spoke about him. The skipper gets it so high and contestable, and they hit it back. You can see the moving pod there, just not enough time to get back. That's a good shot of it.
Morgan Williams gets a hand to it. No surprise for the Welsh, but there's several Williams on this side. Morgan, Callum.
Set.
Welsh put in. With the flow goes Traherne. The Japanese backing up for the moment. There's the youngster, Ewan Tibbs-Jones. He's brought down inside the 22, and he's actually penalised for not releasing.
Oh, it's a shame now. I thought they could have given it to him a little bit earlier. They allowed defence to come up and shut the space down. He has a bit more time with ball in hand, and he can affect his swerve on the outside, as you spoke about, Reese. He's a real fast player, was Ewan Pearce-Jones.
Yeah, 18 years old, made his debut in Singapore last week. And go online, check out worldrugby.com or the HSBC site, because it's a remarkable piece of footwork he put together.
Yeah, and it's exciting to see these new young crop of players come through for all these countries, and he's one of them as well.
Japan with their first meaningful possession. Don't throw it straight.
Outside shoulder.
Yeah, that's one thing
Scrum line
they
out.
really need to work on. It's been a real Achilles heel as their set-piece line-out and scrum.
Shun Tominaga not able to hit his target there. Possession so important in the sevens game. You can't afford to give away set-piece possession. And look at Traherne just surveying the backfield there.
Crouch.
The bald head of him looking over that scrum. I wonder if he's got a plan coming off here.
Set.
Ball one, he runs across the face. I wonder if he's going to look to get it back again. Simple handoff. A poor pass, though, behind the runner. Pearce-Jones picks it up. So Wales going backwards, but they do maintain possession. Good power shown there from big Tom Williams. He's trying to get it back. Finally releases to Morgan Janowski.
Knock-on advantage.
Advantage to Japan. What can they do with it? Circling deep. They keep it alive, as is their right.
Advantage over.
Now the advantage is over. Ducking under the tackle. Goes Ishii. Of course, Simon Amor has come in alongside this Japanese program, men's and women's, as an advisor to try and build for the next Olympic cycle and just build up the Japanese sevens program. And Carl, obviously you know Japan very, very well. You think they've got some potential to be good at this game?
Oh, no doubt they have. They've got some really great players. Some of them aren't here, some of them are. There's this young group now that's getting an opportunity in the Japanese jersey. But for them, when you spoke about a pre-kickoff, it's about the points in this match for these two teams.
Well, good backing up there, coming through at pace. There's Suoko, and he's still going. Look at that. Ponytail. He's loving it. Shotaro Suoko, first try for Japan.
And that's what it means to the young man. Shotaro Chuoka. This is on the other side of the field. They've been pretty good in the contact area at ruck time and at tackle turnover. Runs a nice supporting line. That's a nice shot of it too. Look at the determination he goes through. Tongues out. Oh, go get you some of that.
Well, this is his 8th World Series stop. He's enjoying it. A little bit against the run of play. Japan get on the board.
Yeah, through some.
You see there just a couple of passes, but he goes to by his one defender. Got the job done. Wales, good lift. Tom Williams gathers. Penalty to Wales. Go, go, go is the call. Janowski's on it. Tom Brown, absolutely no disguising what he's doing. He's heading upfield and he's trying to suck in those Japanese defenders. Again, good hard yards. Tom Williams taking it up. He's held up for the moment, but now because his knee's on the ground, tackle complete. Wales fairly methodical here in the build-up, and they've just broken the tackle. Good work, good power, and the line of run helped him out. Under the post he'll go. Big Tommy Brown. Fantastic moment for him in the Welsh jersey.
Yeah, they're liking those hard lines, aren't they? This Welsh team. They're hitting angles, they're ghosting the crossfield, and they're hitting that short ball. The fence is going way too high, and Tom Brown is just too strong across the chest. And when he hits it at full noise and breaks through that defence, this is the end result.
Well, great moment for him. Man has been around a bit on the sevens community, played for the Samurai and a few other teams. Doing it here in Vancouver. Traherne goes to his right. Again, the Japanese pod, lifting pod, not able to time that and gather the ball. But they do have possession for the moment.
Oh, and this is something that will be frustrating them is a number of times over the course of today. You're saying Gomman Nasai, sorry. Some nice offloads, and then the last pass just doesn't go to hand, especially when there's no defender in front of them. Frustrating, I'm sure.
Coach Umeda bringing this young team together. Mix and match. He was reappointed as the head coach of this program back in December. Of course, they hosted the Olympics in Tokyo, Carl, and great scenes there, particularly for the Fijians.
Oh, massive scenes. It was a great opportunity. It wasn't a great time, and so that's what the Welsh team want to do again. Run in a nice hard line again.
Wales looking to take the lead here. A half break. Janowski gets brought down. The referee says good tackle. There was a shooter in the middle for Japan, and they've got the result they wanted. Spill ball. Kick and chase is on. We're into the red numbers. Nobody can get their hand on it. Knocked forward by Japan, and that'll do it at the half. We are all tied up. Wales and Japan, 7 points apiece. Well, Argentina have topped their pool here in Canada. It's a great chance to just look at one of their stars, Marcos Maneta.
So cool. Well, Marcos, congratulations to Argentina through to the quarterfinals. How have you built throughout the day?
Thank you very much first. We know that we had a tough group. We could lose all the matches and win all the matches. We built that. We built out the week, building our game, our system, our weapons. So we are very glad that we could make it to the quarterfinals and also as the first one. So we are already preparing the day of tomorrow.
We know your rugby skills, but we've seen your football skills out there today. You practice that, or that just comes with being Argentine?
Yeah, when I was a kid, I loved soccer, and I played till I was 17 years old. I had to decide if rugby or soccer, and also we practice a lot the foot, the kick and chase, with Santiago, that was a master of that is our coach, and Franco, Sabato, and Lucho, that are the other wingers. So yeah, it's something that we practice, and also a little bit of soccer skills.
Well, we might get to see a little bit more out there tomorrow. Rest well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, the Blue Wigs are out in force here, supporting Japan in that case, but the Fijians also in the house. New Zealand, Samoa, they're all back. The Hsbc World Series is in Vancouver, and the party's just getting started here. Great scenes at BC Place. This is a Pool B match. Wales and Japan fighting it out. Right now, there's not much in it. That kick goes straight out.
It'd be interesting to call here. A lot of teams are using the scrum, and I think Wales, they're going to go to the scrum. They've been quite effective so far in their set-piece moves, and just shows the importance of the restarts. Japan, well, they haven't had the ball much, and that's just given it away at the start of the second half.
Stay in the scrum, okay? Stay inside the scrum until the ball.
We know the advantage of choosing the scrum is that those 8 men will be basically in the center spot, giving Wales opportunities. See, they've lined up a couple behind the scrum, options to go both ways, and obviously with Luke Traherne on the ball at scrum half. He's not afraid to exploit the space.
9.
See where they choose. They go with the flow. 4 attacking players around the corner. No advantage gained. In fact, a great crushing tackle from Tafu Makisa off the bench. Through the middle. Go Wales. Tom Brown's brought down. He's got 1 try, looking for another.
Entry.
Penalty to Wales.
Entry.
Oh, that was a massive piece of contact from Sitaleki Tofa Makisi from that scrum. Let's see it again. Oh, yeah, get you some of that. Totally legal too. Shoulder in, wraps the arms, 1-on-1, big contact, love it.
Big 25-year-old in his 3rd World Series event, making himself known out there.
On the shoulder, okay? Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Member of the Eze Momotaros. Did you ever play against him?
No, if I did, I probably lost. So you got a goal like that against you.
Makisa got a try against New Zealand, but that time pulling it in on defense. Traherne goes against the grain. Well, a 1-on-1 situation for Pierce Jones, but not much room to work in. Traherne's off and running. He's so good at taking that quick tap penalty. Perhaps too good because his support was slow to arrive.
Away.
They've done just enough to keep the ball up the short side. Morgan Janowski with the big fend and the fist pump. Takes the lead for Wales.
The most important part in that sequence of play was the clean out for New and Pierce Jones. Once Trahana made the break, as you said, Reese, the skipper was isolated. But the clean out before that was the one that gave them the opportunity. There's the strength from Janowski to get over. But all the hard work done in the build-up. There's the clean out right there. Pierce Jones comes around, job's still not done. Second effort, good score.
Like a good Pontypridd boy. That backs himself from 5 meters out. 25-year-old. Nice moment for him, and I believe that's his first try on the World Series. Congratulations, Morgan Janowski. Some good work from that man to get you your try. Oh, good aerial work again from Wales. Big volleyball spike. And Japan starting to fall off a few tackles here. 4 minutes to play in the second half.
Hands are
Wales
passed first.
just starting to ease into the ascendancy.
Oh, it's a shame there for Camelilovovo. Natrinara Soijima is on the ball quickly, but because he's put his hands way past the ball, he can't do that. If he keeps his own body weight and takes the ball, that's fine.
You see the game management, Luke Jahan there. 47 World Series events to his name.
Time off.
In Olympics.
4 blue.
A good doctor, as we always talked about, qualified ex-University, but just taking these young troops, settling them down. They're back in Welsh colours now. Great Britain's no longer for the rest of this series. So we see England, Scotland and Wales
back on.
You know how they staunch they are with that.
Crouch.
Reece, so you saw earlier on when Wales played Scotland. It was goody.
Set.
Scrum to Wales.
Thank you.
14-7. Two doubling around. They've created the overlap. Can they get the ball there? Oh, it's just too high. Pierce Jones tries the magical footwork. Will's going to regroup from the far sideline. Callum Williams. He's done it. He's skipped there on the outside. Not much room to work in. But the 20-year-old, in his second World Series event, has got a crucial try for Wales.
Well, this is the classic in and away. This will be a nice shot of it. In and away, just freezes Soijima on his heels. Oh, beautiful. That's how it's done.
You don't see Soijima stitched up like that too often. He's a veteran of this series.
Well, he gives a bit of a Ric Flair. Woo, he reckons.
Nice moment for Callum Williams there, the Scarlets player. Jahan happy, still on the field, not getting a rest from Coach Richie Pugh. They played a few games together. Great to see Richie Pugh back behind the bench. To miss some of his action in Singapore. And the team's responded here with an important performance against Japan. We need to find something quickly, and often that man can provide it. He shows and goes. Wales tracking back, though, effectively.
Turnover good.
Turnover is good, says the referee. So Jima was just a little bit too far away from the support. Now Wales is just going to suck the life out of this game. There's a big hit midfield. Some tired legs out there. This is the third of 3 games on day 1 here in Vancouver. Wales and Japan looking for their first victory. That ball's thrown in field. I think it's off a Japanese body, so Wales will have the throw in, and they'll be able to really turn the screw here, Carl.
Yeah, just controlling the pace and tempo, aren't they, this Welsh team at the moment? All done on the back of some nice hard work in the first half with their hard line running, really punching in. Jima's been doing it for a while now, at a high level for this Japanese team. Unfortunately, it hasn't gone their way.
Stop.
And there is Simon Amor.
Move away,
Fantastic
please.
player for England.
Time is off. It's not on yet. Move.
Commonwealth Games silver.
Time back
now,
on.
Advisor for Japan and trying to build up this program again. There's some positive in this match, but not exactly what he wants to see. Of course, this is Pool V action. We now know, I think, who's going to be third as Wales will put their hand up in this match. But we don't know who's going to top the pool. New Zealand and Samoa to come It'll be a great game. Great to see both those sides back on the HSBC World Series. Japan with a quick tap. Man and ball pass. Does well to keep it. Does Soko.
Move.
The tap. He's looking for his second. Just brought down. Just 15 meters out now, Japan. Looking to finish with a flurry. The late drop. They run back into where their cover was. They created
Advantage
something but
tackling from the
didn't exploit
ground.
it.
Penalty advantage tackling from the ground.
Heard our referee there. Looking for the outside is Soka again. Stepping, beautiful work. Challenging the Welsh defenders. Shutaro Suoka gets his brace.
I'll tell you what, the new director of Sevens Rugby, Simon Aim, will be pretty happy seeing this young kid, Shotaro Suoka. He's been energetic, that's for sure, the dual try scorer in this match. When he goes at full speed on the outside, it draws the defender over. He's got some good footwork as well, as he shows there. He's showing up for sure.
Yes. You go 3 seconds, quick.
Referee letting him know what's up. And the kick is good, but it's not quite enough for Japan. They go down 19 points to 14 here in Pool B. Well, handshakes all around, respect by all these athletes. Great to see Wales back in the series. Japan, of course, also a core team. Some tired bodies there. A little bit of travel from Singapore last week. Let's go down pitch side and get a little reaction from the Welsh squad.
Yeah, Luke, congratulations. It must be nice to get back to winning ways.
Oh, 100%, yeah. 2 tough games early against Samoa and New Zealand. And we know the way Japan played in the first 2 games is going to be a tough game, so to come away with the win there, we're happy.
Yeah, tell us about your time in Vancouver. Have you been treated well?
I love coming back to Vancouver. I think most players would put this right at the top of their favourite tournaments. Just a tournament every year tries to do something a bit special just to make each one get a little bit better. So I love the time here.
Tell us about the prep for tomorrow. Excited for a big finish?
100%, yeah. Day 2 is where you win all your points. Pointless playing well today, not taking it into tomorrow. So we'll rest up now, see who we're playing tomorrow, and try and replicate.
Congrats on the win. All the best for tomorrow.
Cheers. Thanks very much.
Well, great insight from the Welsh leader. And if you're looking for something a little bit special, it doesn't get much better than this in the sevens world. As the pool table plays out, we see Wales claim 3rd, but New Zealand and Samoa, with 2 wins apiece, are going to fight it out coming up to top the table. BC Place, the roof is closed. The Neil Diamond's playing. It's that time of the day. It gets pretty intense here. Great venue, BC Place in downtown Vancouver. And this is don't let those numbers fool you. New Zealand and Samoa, 2 of the best teams in Singapore last week. A young Samoan side that impressed me, just not only with the way they played, but the belief they've got back in that jersey, Carlton Adam.
Oh, 100%, and I think they're a new squad that are gelling together under the guys of Mulia Galatele, Brian Lima, who's done some fantastic work in such a short time. I think Afasu in jersey number 1's been outstanding. Mataval, though, he's the secret in jersey number 7. He's the playmaker for the Samoan team, and they've been physical. And I think that's the thing and the secret for them. They're getting that balance between physical and keeping their structure. For New Zealand, well, they don't shirk away from their Tony Ngashu has been outstanding. Sam Dixon at the kickoff has been brilliant as well. But for me, Narohi Magavi Black has been running the cutter. He's looked sharp today.
So many great players to look at here. Just to repeat, the winner will top the pool. These sides with victories over Japan and Wales each. And here they come in their traditional jerseys. We welcome them back on the HSBC World Series. Those are the 2 big wins Samoa had over Wales and Japan. But this is the real test in the pool. They would have marked this up Sunday night in Singapore and said that's the one we're looking forward to.
Oh, no doubt. Brian Lemar would have told them, be physical. He used to love playing New Zealand. He knows to beat them, you have to match them physically. And I'm sure that's what he's told his young squad who's still in the circle together.
And we do have a Fijian in the middle, Roko Varene. No problem with him keeping up with pace, very athletic. On this New Zealand side, they went close last week, but lost in the final to Fiji. And their easiest path to claiming that gold here in Vancouver is to top the pool. It will be Samoa in the blue jerseys kicking off, playing from left to right. That kick's a little bit long. New Zealand so good on the ball. This man was impressive last week, and he's picked up exactly where he left off, busting through the Samoan defense. Was Leo. That one's gone down, but what a force he is.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't look happy either. Looks like he's just got his leg caught underneath that tackle there. Moses Leo. This will be a huge blow for the New Zealand All Black Sevens to kick off the game. It was a nice pass for Tony Ngashi. He had a player on the outside, decides to go for himself. He just gets his leg caught there. Oh, yeah, awkward.
Well, Leo got 5 tries in Singapore, came bursting out of the gate in his debut tournament. North Harbour man is in a little bit of discomfort. So we will wait and make sure he's all right. But Carl, what was the reaction back in New Zealand? New Zealand getting back to that final, famous clash with Fiji?
Yeah, well, I think those two countries obviously bring out the best in each other, and they did in that cup final. I think a lot of, if you ask the New Zealand team if they were able to make a cup final after 2 years being off the circuit, they would have taken that any day of the week.
Can you?
New Zealand do have the points difference advantage if you see if we drew this match, for example. Great to see Leo up on his feet.
It's one of this new crop of young bloods coming through the All Black Sevens systems. He's getting a nice ovation. He's going to be replaced by another young blood, and Caleb Tangito has been strong as well in jersey number 12.
You got the mark for me.
How about that for a body of work, Carl? You've been proud of that yourself.
Push back.
5 tries. The Banana Man's like it.
Thank you.
Here we go. We're back to full strength. Leo's going to get looked at.
Crouch.
Samoa put in. It's coming up to a minute played in the first half here.
Sit. Hold, wait. Make sure you hook the ball.
You can't hook the ball if you're going backwards at a rate of knots, and they don't. Wow, big scrum for New Zealand. That sent a message. There's one of the young crop you're talking about. Tangi Tau, that's not good. Let's have a little word here. I think we're going to be in for a card situation. He's going to get some help from the sideline.
I've seen the tackle by blue player number 10 here. Direct contact to the neck?
Yes.
You happy with the direct contact to the neck?
Yes.
Thank you. It's a red card.
Well, you heard it.
So that's a direct
Paul
contact
Scanlon's in trouble here.
to the neck.
Yeah, it's a tough one because he was slipping, to be fair, when Scanlon had already gotten his position defensively. Oh, he's just slipped there. He's gone down to brace, and yeah, that is the correct call, but it's a tough one, I know, on Scanlon.
Here's the mark.
Yeah, we know we're trying to take that out of the game, especially in a market like this. There's a lot of new people to rugby. Had he not slipped, it would have been a textbook tackle. We'd be praising him for it. So that's the really tough thing for the players right now.
Yeah, 100% it is, but in the game of sevens, you have to be adaptable, and that's what Samoa need to do now. They have to aim up and try and get New Zealand off the ball.
Sit.
So Scanlon off the field. 2 minutes. Samoa will play short. They've gone wide. They've found some space. Just to square up, straighten up. Tangi Tau. Clinical stuff, taking advantage of the extra man. New Zealand Sevens getting it done.
Or skills under pressure. That's the thing. You got the numerical advantage. Rockily Saw takes it to the line. Perfect time. And he's still a couple of meters away, but they have to hold just in case. Does the defense, freezes the defender, gets it down with the left hand. That's a nicely taken try by the New Zealand Sevens and Caleb Tangito.
Another Westlake Boys alum getting it done. 4 tries in Singapore. Only his second event, but looks every bit the part. KT in that black jersey.
Yeah, he looks comfortable, and I think that's the thing this All Black Sevens team has done. They've allowed these young players to come in and be comfortable and be themselves and not be shy to do that, but still do it within the team structure.
Maybe challenge Nick Evans. Westlake credit. Team's going to need to keep going. Oh, ruthless stuff and beautiful work in the air from Dylan Collier. Great athleticism. And again, the 6 Samoan men are being stretched and moved around the field. New Zealand want to just keep this ball in the park, make them work hard. A little bit sloppy there. Luckily, they've got a penalty. They're off and running. Nashu, the playmaker, the give and go from those two, the big man, Collier and Nashu, so confident on the ball. Half cap, throws it inside. Oh. And Samoa rightly are going to have a look, see if there's anything on. They've got advantage. Let's get advantage over. It's a little harsh, but here they go. They've got possession. I think might have been a greater advantage to kill the clock and have a scrum and get full men back on the field. It's going to be New Zealand to score, picking up the scraps.
Yeah, Regan Ware, he got his 100 tries last week in Singapore, gets another one on his list. Here's the try, or non-try, sorry. Just a little knock on by Mugabe Black in the transfer. It was actually on. If they had one more number just to work back hard, some more could have broken on the outside. There's the hard work done at the breakdown by Tangito, and the easiest of tries for Regan Ware.
Yeah, and for my money, Carl, with the man in the bin, Rocco Vareni, our referee, should really not be giving them that advantage. Should just be giving them a set piece, allow them to regroup. I know there's a bit of interpretation in that, but it's tough, and they paid the price. New Zealand with their second try, neither conversion is good. So just 10 points in this one.
I think now for Samoa, all they need to do is get this restart and just rebuild. No need to rush.
Scanlon's still in the bin. He's red carded, but it'll be 2 minutes served. And then Samoa will be able to bring on a replacement. Just 6 men in blue fighting the battle for the moment. Good positive play heading upfield. He's brought down. And again, not a lot of options out there. A remarkable pass. Well, Gridiron could be playing for the BC Lions here. Knock on. Gets his hands on it. Finally a knock on.
Yeah, that's good play though. On this Manu Samoa team, stretching the width, use their physicality, drawing defenders, try and take it to set piece. Some strong work done in the middle. There's a half a break there.
Let's go.
From Matavale, the skipper. And there's the little knock on from New Zealand.
Well, Dylan Collier being an absolute pain there. That's his job. Big unit.
Straight.
Making himself known at the breakdown.
Watch the kick here too from Samoa. They've got some fast players on the outside. Reciso.
Round the corner he goes. He thought about the kick for a second.
Release now, Black.
Doesn't execute. And that counter ruck is a problem. The referee said they've come in the side. And
number 8, Black.
Strategic. Oh, they've gone quick. They thought they were going to slow it down and get themselves back to full strength. Just a minute in that Scanlon red card. Off they go through the middle. Onasai, great awareness from him. He saw the gap. He took it. And he's got to try here in Vancouver.
Well, that's what you got to love about these young bucks for Samoa. Yeah, sure, he probably should have taken the line out, eked out the clock, but you know what? Have a go. And watch him air freeze Regan Ware. Boom! See you later, Alligator, he reckons, on the outside, and that is done and dusted. Samoa back in this one.
Well, Carl, we talked about the culture of this team, so positive. You know, obviously, World Rugby Hall of Famer Brian Lima's in charge now, and he demands the very best. But as a group, they were on my floor at the hotel last week in Singapore, wearing their traditional garb. I heard them singing, you know, very much that Samoan heritage. They want to live it and they want to honor it.
And that's the thing too, is making and creating an environment that these young kids can thrive in. I think that's what Brian Lima has done with this group.
Yeah, only one New Zealand-based player on this Samoan team, and they actually had 3 months stuck in Dubai after the COVID scare there. So they had a lot of time to train together and be together. Off they go. The hoot is sounded. New Zealand's going to keep playing here, only up by 3 at the half. They hit the middle through Collier. He keeps that right arm alive. Samoa still one man short, and he's got through. Good leg lift from Nashu. You talked about him off the top. He makes the break and hits Roko Lithoa. And in the dying seconds, like good teams do, New Zealand Sevens punish Samoa.
Yeah, Tony Nashu, he's the physical tempo in this All Black Sevens team. doesn't mind a contact. He takes it forward, but the offload as well, something to admire. Brilliant stuff when he's under duress. Rockily saw makes it look oh so easy.
We talk about the wingspan of these athletes. Fijian's particularly good at it. He was just keeping that ball away from the defender as far as he could. It's not the best looking conversion, but it's going to add 2 more. So at halftime, it's New Zealand 17, Samoa 7.
Work extra, mate. No way out the short, but we're sitting there, no way, mate. I work extra, mate. I don't make that mistake. I'm sorry, mate. Yeah, oh, mate, you like food out, mate. Oh, my God. I come out of space. Oh, my long question, go there, look, I come out of space there. I can hold it up, I can hold it up, I can hold it up, the floor, the rack. I might tie up another time, but I'm not going to stay on your feet. Oh,
Well, a man who put the fear into many oppositions in World Rugby. Brian Lima, many World Cups. The chiropractor, obviously named his side, putting in some big tackles in his honor, but they missed a few as well, and that's cost them at halftime, and that's probably the source of that 10-point difference. The big men have done well, Carl, for New Zealand.
Yeah, especially at scrum time with Collier and Ngashu, Sam Dixon really pressurising.
Give me the heads up when it's 30 seconds left.
Welcome back to BC Place. It's HSBC Canada Sevens. The crunch match. They're looking to top Pool B here. New Zealand going at it against Samoa. 10 points the advantage for New Zealand after 3 tries to Samoa's 1.
Wait.
This next couple of minutes will be crucial. Carlton Anna.
The restart in particular, New Zealand, well, haven't done the best over the course of day one. They've had, well, that one just goes a millimetre over, but lucky there.
Will be Matabao to throw in. And Samoa back to 6 men for the moment. As CP Scanlon's got the red card.
Okay. Let's go, play on.
Play on is the call. New Zealand picking up where they left off at the end of that first half. Beautiful step right through the middle. Hard driving. He's been fairly quiet in the first half, but Regan Ware steps up with a big individual try for New Zealand.
He gets his double for the match. Important time to score, isn't it? Before halftime and after halftime, that's what New Zealand done. You can see the defence, because they're 1 man down, having to slide over. And a guy like Regan Ware, who's got supreme footwork, here's a good shot of it, will do you all day long in a sliding defence.
Regan Ware, the Olympian, with a silver from Tokyo to show for his efforts. Got for the Maori All Blacks as well. Well, when it's on the line, as the top of Pool B is, New Zealand step up. And right now they got the beating of this young Samoan side, although they've gone right through the middle. Nue, does he have enough? He goes all the way out wide. Oh, Nue, in his second term, he shoots for goal.
Oh, just what they needed, this Samoan team. Some individual brilliance. You see there, you've got to love the enthusiasm, the cockiness, don't you? Of the Samoan team. By no means is this game done and dusted, but why not have a go?
Yeah, chance there for McGarvey Black to just point at the scoreboard, but tap on the head. This means different things in different cultures. That means I got you there. Restart is up.
Backwards.
It's gone backwards to the referee. So Samoa with their hands on it.
Advantage over.
This was a good positive response. 4.5 minutes to go, so lots of time for Samoa. We know they can score tries.
Hands out.
Big hit there, and a nice offload.
One,
Powering
two.
through. Tapasua. High tackle. Quick tap. Real good energy from Samoa. Maliko. On the side. Everyone's stepping. Everyone's on it. Oh, there's a head high. But Maliko gets in. Samoa right back in this match.
And just to put this in context, remember they're down to 6 men, and they have been. So the first couple of minutes in this first half of this game showing the ticker, this Manu Samoa team. Here's a step from the try scorer. Onosai pops it up to the looping Va'apelu Maliko. They get their third score. By no means is this game done and dusted. They come from the kickoff receipt.
Yeah, and they're backing each other up, aren't they? We talked about a young team that spent a lot of time together. They seem to be playing for each other, working hard.
Oh, 100%. That's what it takes under duress, and that's what they're showing in this game, aren't they? That time where you spoke about being together on tour. Sometimes connection, and that's what they look like at the moment.
They may even be trying to pull it out for their buddy Paul Scanlon, who got the red card on an unfortunate high tackle. It's hard to show them they got their back. Right now they got their back, his back, and they're right back in this match. 5 points adrift, 3 minutes to play. 7 New Zealanders up against 6 brave Samoans right now. The late drop to Rush. He's brought down and he's penalised.
Holding.
Probably just didn't do enough on the floor.
And there's 2 players from New Zealand defenders down. There's an opportunity here, Samoa.
Oh,
Release.
stepping out wide as our try scorer, Maliko.
No, boy.
The referee said release and then penalised Samoa.
And they've gone quickly here in New Zealand as well.
Well, Kurt Baker's on the field. They're looking for a few reinforcements. Tony Vai as well. And this man has had enough. He's just pinned his ears back. Taking the outside. The 19-year-old Tangi Tau has done it. So, for the moment, Samoan hearts drop.
Oh, yeah, that breakdown penalty absolutely smoked them. New Zealand doing some good work there. They had 3 players in that ruck. They didn't get the call. Samoa. New Zealand took it quickly. They had numbers. Finally got it to the wing to this man here.
Yeah.
And Caleb Tangito just showing his fitness. Here's the breakdown. Collier over the ball. There was no release. That's the penalty. The cleaner just left his feet, had no power, and from there, well, New Zealand just under pressure, get it out to the wing, and that's always going to be a mismatch. This takes a lot of fitness deep into the second half here, Reece.
Reagan Ware having the presence of mind to get that ball out quickly, knowing there was a lot of space to cover. Tangito's 3rd try this weekend. He got 4 in Singapore. Look at that back and forth play, but the last couple of actions have been New Zealand. The flat kick for New Zealand. Gathered by Maliko. Well, you got to credit this brave Samoan group. They're still plugging away.
Release! Hands out now, Black.
Fairly quickly here. 12 points adrift. That's a penalty. That could be a yellow. We could be down to 6 on 6.
Well, the double blast for sure is so. It looks like Regan Ware's going to go, is it?
It also stops the clock significantly.
I'm off. Yeah. Bring them on.
And wisely, Samoa getting the fresh legs in for this last 37 seconds. On the field comes Opatai.
Well, get you excited if you're a Manu Samoa fan, though. What they've shown with 6 men. Imagine if they had 7, would have been a good old battle. So a lot to still be positive about in this performance.
Yeah, Brian Lima will be happy with his effort. Maybe wanted a different result. But as this is the table-topping effort, there's a nice chip. Oh, beautiful bounce. Supreme athleticism. Maliko, thumbs up all round.
Easy, guys. Easy, guys.
Well, he's giving it the Kurt Baker double thumbs up, hasn't he? Maybe she's sounding out a warning for later on down the track. But once again, backing your individual skills, realising that the sweeper's at the top of the field, there's nowhere he's going to get there. Still had a lot to do. Keeps control. Does Maliko, and he gets a double.
Well, the 23-year-old's having fun out there. Look at this. Total concentration. Taps to himself. He's got every right.
You watch this. Kurt Baker. Gotta love it.
Kurt, what do you think about that? So that will be full time, but with these two being 1 and 2 in the pool, both into the Cup quarterfinals Sunday morning. Bit of a statement there at the end. In the end, New Zealand 31, Samoa 24. Well, we've still got the Super Session to come. Ware got a couple in that match, but Carl, you got to say great rugby from both sides.
Oh, yeah, 100%. You know, New Zealand would have been aware of the danger of this Māori Samoa team. They controlled it well enough. I just feel they always had the game under control. But for the Samoan team, man, oh man, I think they're the new movers and shakers on the 7 series.
And I got to say, the quality of the whole series has just gone through the roof. With Fiji back, these two teams back in the action. The pools are being hotly contested. Great to see. Yeah, there's a lot of smiles on those Samoan faces. They're not done for this weekend.
100%. You know, the confidence they would have got, scoring a lot of points. And I think that's the thing for me, Reece. In both of these teams, they can score points. That's for sure.
There is Pool A. Fiji with 2 wins. The Kenyans and the Americans going to battle it out. Kenya and England to come. Fiji, USA still to come. That'll be a very interesting match. US looking to rebound. We've just seen the action in this pool. New Zealand top it. Wales get third, but Samoa will be through to those Cup quarterfinals significantly and will be competing tomorrow morning here in Vancouver. And Australia and South Africa. That big match still to come as part of the Super Session. Tons of rugby here. I don't know, anyone picks that. South Africa have had great success here in Canada on a 14-game win streak. But Australia were in great form in Singapore last week. That's as good as it gets on the World Series. And this one started out with a draw, Argentina and France. Argentina top it. Points difference. And France through Ireland and have to compete in the lower division. So France finally getting a top 8 position. Great action in that pool. And of course, tons to come here in Vancouver. Hsbc Canada Sevens. The Super Session coming up. Join us after the break.